All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to commence day 2 of the T and Bannock Dialogues. We've asked the drum group, the Young Warriors, to give us an honor song for the treaty land that we're standing on today.
Miigwech to the drum group for starting us off in a really good way this morning. Just before we get into our full-on agenda, we're going to just bring attention to the registration table that's at the front over there. We're asking people to fill out their registration so that we can get your contact information to send you the summary rollout of our discussions in the next 2 days. So if you're interested in receiving that by email or by regular mail, make sure you register in the front with Jeanette and Karen over there. So before we get into our opening remarks from the Grand Chief as well as moving into our panel discussions this morning, I'm going to give a brief recap on some of the comments that were shared yesterday with our discussion. So again, welcome back to everybody and to the people that are tuning in online through the live stream. Welcome to day 2 of the Notions of Nationhood Tea and Bannock dialogue. So yesterday, as mentioned, we were provided with some really invaluable insight and feedback and perspectives from a diverse group of panelists, as well as some really good questions that came from the audience. We were given opening remarks from Chief Meaches and Chief Sheila North Wilson, welcoming people to Treaty Territory Number 1, as well as they both stressed the importance of reclaiming and repatriating our languages. I think that set a really strong tone for our discussions yesterday. Those addresses were followed by Grand Chief Derek Nepanak, who really took the initiative to put this gathering together, to bring all of these panelists and people together. The Grand Chief challenged participants yesterday to be open and share their ideas, to challenge the socially constructed titles, and to really begin to look at how do we go about deconstructing ourselves and some of the colonial process that we've been engaged in. He talked about the time has come to ignite a process outside of the Indian Act. He also said that this Tea and Bannock dialogue session would be the first of many. We were then given a keynote by Elder Knowledge Keeper Dave Kershane. He spoke about our distinction as First Peoples. He stated that we are the roots of this land, that our nationhood and sovereignty is derived through our connection to the Great Spirit and Mother Earth. He talked about the genetic memory and our life that is governed by spiritual and natural laws that's woven into the fabric of creation. It's time for us to dismiss the colonial fiction that our homeland was discovered. The land is a guiding force for our sovereignty. He also stated that being a nation is not an entitlement, but a responsibility. For me, that one really resonated. He used the 7 sacred laws to theorize nationhood. He talked about how in our clan system, we don't talk about rights, rather we talk about responsibility. He spoke of the importance of understanding and knowing your language and going into ceremony, and that by doing these 2 things, these are true acts of sovereignty. He reminded us that Canada was born in our nation and not the other way around. We then moved on into the panel discussions, which were titled on the need to differentiate between nationhood and the Indian Act system. So we had a great group of panelists that included some really dynamic speakers. We had Isaac Murdoch, counselors Ben Badger and David Muswagon, as well as renowned academic and writer, activist Sylvia McAdam. And some of the key messages that they spoke about was in order to control the resources, you have to control the Indian, and they talk about, that's why the Indian Act was placed upon our people. They had nationhood discussions and spoke of the importance of engaging grassroots people and ensuring that this is a process that's guided from the ground up. One of the panelists said there's a need to stop compartmentalizing our treaties. So he spoke the need of not just saying that I come from Treaty 3, but rather, treaties are chapters in the book. They made the statement that we can't talk about nationhood from inside of a box, and our laws can be found inside our ceremonial lodges. There was a lot of discussion yesterday about the need to rescind the doctrine of discovery and to really challenge that ideology. And I think another thing that came out from yesterday is that there's a need to have really tough discussions with respect to removing or replacing the Indian Act, and that to do so, we need to return to our traditional governance and to strengthen and repatriate our languages and cultures. So that's some of the key points that I picked up yesterday. I'm sure everybody else, had different points that resonated with them. So in moving on today, I'd like to call up Grand Chief Derek Niepenak to again come and set the tone for today's agenda and to give us some perspectives on the discussions that we had yesterday.
Miigwech, bonjour Anishinaabe. It's a beautiful day to be here again, once again to start day 2 of our Tea and Bannock dialogue. I see the numbers are a little bit down today, but that's okay, because our elders remind us that people who need to be listening to these things are here. And we take these messages back to our communities, to our home fires, and we share them from there, and the energy continues to grow. Yesterday was a really an amazing day to be able to sit here and to listen to some of the dialogue. I reflect upon a little bit of what happened yesterday in my own observations, and thinking about how yesterday happened, and how we had the room set up. When I got here yesterday morning, I noticed that the room was set up with this podium here like this, and with a row of seats on one side and then a row of seats on the other, and it didn't look like it was a dialogue session to me, because I think we even have to think about how do we set our room up to have a talk, because it looked like it was designed for some other type of dialogue or some other type of discussion where people are being spoken at instead of a room where people are being spoken with. It didn't seem to promote the interactive types of dialogues that we're hoping that this Tea and Bannock dialogue discussion will have. And like I said yesterday, I hope that this is only the beginning of a much broader discussion that we need to have as the original people to redefine and find who we are within this greater Canadian complex that has been built around us. A couple of interesting observations yesterday that I would like to speak on. One was Sylvia McAdams' presentation and her reference to the word Ogimakan, as the fake chief. And then one of our elders in the community said, well, if people are voting for a fake chief, are they fake too within our Indian Act communities? And I thought about that for a second, and then I thought, well, when you look at the Indian status card, the only thing that an Indian is a definition within Section 9124 of Canada's Constitution, which in and of itself is a legal fiction. So yes, when we're exercising the vote as status Indians under the Indian Act, we are not acting in our true essence as the original people. So it is a fake process. It is a fake process through and through. But what do we do to challenge and overcome these things as they happen? A couple of interesting developments I watched yesterday as well from outside of our circle. Outside of our circle, there was a discussion around Treaty 1 chiefs. Chief Meachus was here yesterday morning to talk about a Treaty 1 government. And then he went to a Kapyong meeting where one of the Treaty 1 communities refuses to participate in the common reserve discussion, because they, as you can see from the press announcement they made, they want to control the process, or they want their own share of the process, from within the reserve context. So I ask, is that really within the spirit of treaty to try and fight for the scraps of a deal with government from within the context of the reserve boundary? I myself, I'm Anishinaabe. My Indian band that I'm registered with is Pine Creek First Nation. As I said yesterday, we're on the shores of Lake Winnipegosis, and we have about 8 miles of reserve land. But I don't define myself within the context or within the confines of my band membership. I'm part of a broader Anishinaabe nation that extends from the Great Lakes all the way to the Rocky Mountains. That's where I gain my sense of understanding, my sense of my identity. And if my community or if my chief and council were making a deal, they better include and have an open door process for all Anishinaabe people who want to be part of that process. That's how I view, our identity today. And how do we rebuild our identity? We rebuild it by deconstructing these complexes, these Indian Act structures that have popped up around us. And we become true to ourselves and true to our neighbors. And we start looking out for one another. And that's, I believe, how we build new agreements today. The other event that came up yesterday, which I found very interesting, was the Prime Minister has announced that he's going to have a First Ministers meeting. He's going to have a First Ministers meeting with the premiers of the 10 jurisdictions on March 3rd. But the day before that, he's going to meet with Indigenous leadership. And of course, as soon as that message hit social media, the question became, who is the Indigenous leadership? And somebody had commented that, I don't know if any Indigenous leaders will go to that meeting, but I'm sure there'll be a lot of Indian Act chiefs there. So there's a clear differentiation in some of the dialogue and some of the discussion that's happening. And I'm comfortable with that. I'm okay with that, because we have to have that discussion. We have to be safe, and we have to be confident in knowing that we can push the boundaries of what it is that we're doing, how we're operating. As I run the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, I know very clear, I know very well that my leadership and my my grand title comes from an election process that flows from the Indian Act structure. I know that. But I'm doing my best to work within the confines of this limited structure that we have. As Anishinaabe people, I believe we've always been innovative, and we've always done the very best we can within the structures and within the tools we have of the day. The tools we have of the day are there. We're now beginning to challenge them. Those tools are beginning to dull with the passions of our young people, as young people come forward and organize, as they bring the drum forward and people join the drum. That's that organic process. That's the revitalization of our nationhood that I'm talking about. That's the revitalization that I feel in my heart. It's very good to see. It brings a lot of pride. And I saw that the women came up to join the singing. And as many of you might have noticed as I did, when the women came up to join the drum, it brought another level of energy. It doubled the level of energy of the song that was coming out of the drum. And that's the type of leadership that we need to see. We need to create spaces where that kind of leadership can be empowered. And I'm very proud to see that. Another observation I wanted to make, just very briefly, was with respect to listening. I had heard when I was younger that leaders were chosen not by, how often they spoke, not by campaigning, but the old people used to choose our leaders by watching the young ones and seeing who was listening. And that to me is very significant, because it seems to me that we live in an age of communication where nobody listens to anybody anymore. I've been at meetings sitting in a crowd watching a similar layout like this one, where you've got a raised podium, somebody speaking into a microphone, you've got seating for everybody to sit and listen, but nobody is listening to anybody. How many of us can say that we've observed that happening? I think we all could probably say we've seen that recently because of the rise of the information age, the rise of instant communication. We can end up in a room where hundreds of people are sitting together and nobody is listening to anybody. I picked up on that, and that's a scary thing to see when we're all coming together, but yet nobody's listening. So, taking that idea one step further, I ask, what agendas have people brought here with them today or yesterday? Did people come here with an agenda? I ask that because I think oftentimes when we do come together, we bring agendas. I've not really brought an agenda here other than the idea of having a discussion, other than the idea of inviting some of our young people to come out and to challenge, notions of nationhood as they exist within that Indian Act superstructure that's there, that political hierarchy that's there, to come out and challenge it, to have discussions about how do we move forward together as the original people from these lands. That's what my agenda was. I don't come here with a prescribed solution, but I've asked some of my colleagues from across Canada, some of the smartest people I know, to come here and sit on panels and to share ideas with you, to share ideas and to help maybe enlighten the discussion, to empower the discussion. But I guess at the end of the day, most importantly, bring kindness back to our circle, because I feel that that's oftentimes missing. So when you come here today, I ask you, don't bring your agenda, because when you bring an agenda, chances are you're only going to hear what you want to hear. And you might not hear anything, because it may not fit with your agenda. So that's my message for today. I'm very honored that you're all here today. I know that we'll have others once again joining us through the live stream feed. If you have an email address, we are attempting to crowdsource some of this intelligence that you're bringing forward. We're going to crowdsource it by rolling it up into a report. We have our hardworking staff. Some of our ladies that are taking notes here today have been with the AMC for decades, and they've become experts in rolling up the things that are said here. And we are going to produce a publication from this event, and we do want to share it with you. Because one of the things that we need to do is we need to start crowdsourcing our intelligence and working and shaping some of these discussions in a way that can carry us forward and maybe help us blast through that door of the Indian Act superstructure that's there. I myself am now stuck in a very difficult situation in terms of moving forward towards the Prime Minister's call for a meeting with Indigenous leadership. I ask, what is it that he wants to achieve by bringing Indigenous chiefs to the table? What are the outcomes going to be? Because he's framing it in the context of his meeting the next day with the First Ministers of Canada. We have to be aware right out of the gate that he's not having a First Ministers meeting with First Nations leadership. He's having a First Ministers meeting with the premiers of the country. There's a clear differentiation there. So what is the binding structure? What is the decision-making structure that he's using to meet with Indigenous leadership? It's not grounded in any of the Constitution, mandated authority and decision-making structures that are there today. So it takes a similar view to the Stephen Harper era and the alleged Crown First Nations gatherings that he had back in 2012. So we have to ask ourselves, what kind of binding decisions are going to come out of the meeting on March 2nd with the Prime Minister? Is it going to be a photo opportunity, or are there actually going to be substantive discussions had? And who's going to go to represent us? Because I know there's going to be a mad scramble now here in Manitoba to see who's going to actually get some floor time. So we're going to, go through that process once again within the political structure. Oftentimes it's violent, it's degrading, it's devaluing, but we're going to go through it because that's what we're trained to do. So I ask you once again to maybe, as you walk through the door, leave your agendas there and join us in an organic discussion, where if there's any solutions that need to come out of this discussion, let them come from this discussion. We will roll up the publication when we're done. We want to get it out to you very quickly. And I hope to see somebody step up and say, I'm going to take the lead on the next Tea and Bannock dialogue in a different geographical location across our lands, because this discussion has to continue. We have to continue the awakening process because it is taking shape. I can see it each time we come together like this, and it brings a lot of good feelings to my heart. So, Kachimigwech for being here today. I look forward to listening and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Grand Chief. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. Our panelists for this morning's discussion will be Christy Belcourt, Leonard Monkman, and unfortunately Pam Palmer was unable to make it today. So we've called upon Jared Martineau to speak upon the contemporary expressions of nationhood in the colonial paradigm. I'm going to call upon Jared Martineau first to come give his perspective on this issue, if he's ready. Oh, you want to go first, Christy? Okay. They're telling me Christy Belcourt's going to come up first because she's ready to go. Oh, both those guys just pushed her onto the stage. You go first.
Okay. Bonjour. Pitwayana Katak Indigenous Mangan Dodem. Mantu Zagigan Donchba, Espanola and Daya. Michif Esqueo and Dao. Apachi Kachinandam, Danawai Maganadok, Kachi Migwech, Winim. I'm really very happy and very honored to be here, to be asked to speak. I'm always a reluctant speaker. I actually was just hitching a ride with Isaac to come here. And then I got a call from Cora she said, would you be on a panel? And of course, I can't ever say no to Cora. So I said I would. And I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you so much, Grand Chief. And thank you to everyone at the AMC who works so hard all the time for the people. I see it and I appreciate it. And I want to just say that. And what I'd like to talk about, well, first, I think for some of you who know me, you know that my dad, Tony Belcourt, was involved in the Métis rights and Métis and non-status Indian movement for the last 45 years. I grew up in a household that was filled with a lot of political discussion about our organizations. I grew up in this atmosphere with some pretty fiery people, and a lot of you would know who they are throughout the years and many decades. And those discussions were always heated, but they were always centered on our rights. And so I know the ins and outs of our organizations. I know where they come from, and I know that they are non-profit corporations. They are not governments. And I say that with the greatest respect to the people who have spent their lifetimes working in them, because I know that they went into them with good intentions, and I know my dad, he has a good heart, and he's always been a selfless person. He's always worked for the people. But I also know that those organizations were structured to get us from point A to point B. They were never meant to take place of our governance. And I think it's time that we start to think about how we are going to move beyond these organizations, because they are non-profit corporations registered with the federal government. They are not traditional governance, and they were never meant to be. They're structured as using Robertson's Rules of Order. They're structured in a linear fashion. So even if they try and maneuver it to fit some sort of resemblance of a traditional governance model, it will never work, because they just simply cannot. You cannot fit a square peg into a circle. Before I talk about, today we're supposed to talk about visioning for the future, visioning where do we go from here? Where are we now, but where do we go from here? So I really like that, because I spend a lot of time thinking about these kinds of things. And I think it's really important first to go to the past. So, next slide. Back in 1820, in Turtle Mountain, there was a mighty alliance between many of our nations, the Cree, the Anishinaabeg, the Métis, and the Nakota. This alliance was in place for a long time, but in 1820 in Turtle Mountain, what happened was the men were out hunting, and when they came back, they found that the women and children and elders had been killed, and their children had been taken. So they wanted to know what to do about that. They knew at the time that the nation who had taken them, the band who had come to take them, had lost their own children, and they needed them for the survival of their tribe. We have to remember that on the continent, when the settlers got here, they estimate there was 90 million people living here. Look at our numbers today. Our numbers today are low because we were wiped out by diseases and by murder, by genocide. So when we think about that, then we know that at that time we were all being squeezed. If our children had to be taken from one community to another in order for another community to survive, We were being squeezed by disease, we were being squeezed by the settlers, and the loss of our lands. So in 1820, a painted hand was sent around. The painted hand is a sacred item that's stuffed with kinnikinnick, and it's painted with that sacred red paint ornament. And it was sent around with a runner to the different communities. And those communities knew when that hand came into that community with that runner that it was a serious thing. It was a calling together of this alliance. So they called the people together to come to Turtle Mountain to find out what to do. And they held what was apparently the largest thirsty dance ever held on the prairies. There was 1,500 dancers and 14 center poles. And they held that dance to decide what to do at that time. In 1874, at the signing of Treaty 4, one of the signatories to that treaty told the commissioner, he said, "You see sitting here before you the Cree, the Anishinaabe, the Métis, and the Nakota." And he said, "But you are slow." He said, "All are one, but you are slow to take the hand of the half-breed." When you look at the treaty transcripts, some of them, you see this time and time again. Shingwak tried to negotiate for his relatives. His relatives. The colonial divisions that exist today are not ours. We need to think about nation to nation with ourselves, with our own nations, instead of running off to go have nation to nation talks with the very people who have tried to destroy us. So, in 2005, Fast Track, my dad met with Vernon Root, who was the Grand Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, and then he met with John Bocage later, who became the Grand Chief after. And they wanted to establish a nation-to-nation relationship, an official one. But they didn't have the memory, the oral history of this nation-to-nation alliance that had taken place so long ago. But there it was in their blood memory. They wanted to do that. So under the guidance of Gordon Wendebance, Elder Gordon Wendebance, he told my dad, "You have to go get a song to bring to the ceremony." It took my dad 2 years to find that song. And where did he end up? He ended up in Turtle Mountain, in the very place of that thirsty dance. And an elder by the name of Francis Eagleheart Cree gifted him that song. Hey oh hey oh hey oh hey, hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey oh hey. That was a song that came down at that thirsty dance for our alliance, nation to nation with us as Indigenous nations. Next slide. But I think that when we're thinking of nationhood, we have to remember that we didn't have just alliances and agreements and sacred understandings and relationships with each other as Indigenous nations. We had sacred alliances with the Buffalo Nation, with the Moose Nation, next, with the Bear Nation, next, and with plants and with all living spiritual beings. We had sacred alliances with everything. And yet, we allow today, if it wasn't for these nations, we wouldn't even be here. We're alive because of them. And yet, we allow the pollution of waters and lands where they live. You know, we have a lot to think about when we think about where do we want to go from here. When I think about the future, we have to think about the future. We have to think long way ahead. Josephine Mandaman says we don't have to just think about 7 generations. We have to think about 7 times 7. I want us to think What is it going to be like in 50 years from now? What is it going to be like in 100 years? What's it going to be like in 400 years? Can we even imagine it? I can't even imagine 400 years. Next. And the reason why is because in the last 50 years, we're polluting our planet to the point where we can't even see a future for ourselves or our children. Our children need to be at the center of every decision that we do. The children not just of us, but of every spiritual being on the planet. We have to think about the babies. We have to think about the future. And when I think about what's happened in the last 50 years, there's 4.8 trillion tons of plastics in the oceans right now. That's happened in 50 years. What's going to happen in the next 50? Industry is increasing. It's growing. Our population is growing. There are 7 billion people on the planet right now, and they expect that by 2050 there'll be 10 billion. 10 billion people. And everywhere we look, next slide. Oh yeah, there's garbage islands the size of Texas that are in the oceans right now, 6 of them. Times that by 50 years from now, or by 2050. Where are they going to be? Are we going to have garbage islands that bridge one continent to the other? They're expecting the fish to be fished out of the oceans by 2050. That's in our lifetimes. Well, maybe not my lifetime, but some of the younger people that are here. You know, I mean, we need to really think about what we want for the future. And how are we going to get there? The challenge is huge. So next slide. That's a copper mine spill in China. It's happening all over the world. When we look at what they're doing to the waters, there's fracking. Provinces are actually telling industry that they can go and dump their tailings to kill lakes, to kill entire lakes. We've got 16 nuclear sites around the Great Lakes alone. And those nuclear sites, they're planning on burying nuclear waste in the Great Lakes. You tell me if there's a disaster with one of those sites on Lake Ontario, what is going to happen to the people in Toronto? There's 8 million people in Toronto. Where are they going to go if they don't have fresh water? Where are they going to go and the fresh water is not just for drinking and for showering. It's for feeding the crops, to feed the people. It's for feeding the animals that they have stuck in the factory farms who are suffering, and we don't say anything about that. And yet, those are our relatives. Where are the people going to go if they don't have fresh water and they don't have food? There is a crisis looming. The prophecies told about it. The elders talk about it. There's something coming, and it's not good for our children. And we know this. We know it instinctively in our hearts. We see it, and we feel powerless to do anything about it. So, when we think about these nonprofit corporations that use us, because make no mistake about it, the reason why they have any power to be sitting with the Prime Minister or sitting with anything or getting contribution agreements is because of us, because of our numbers. They go to Paris one day taking selfies with all the bigwigs over there, and then today they're in Vancouver signing deals with energy. They're accountable to us, and we're accountable to the land, and we're accountable to our babies. So everything we do, we have to think about that. We have to think about what do we want for the future. I'll tell you what I want, and this may seem just, far out. I want to see our lands restored. If Canada is serious and Canadians are serious about reconciliation, then they will give us lands back. We're not so cruel to say you can't live here anymore. But there is no way that our ancestors ever agreed to give 100% of the lands to them. No way. And that's exactly what it is, 100%. Because even the little reserve lands, in the Indian Act, it says right in there that it's lands held by the Queen for the use of Indians. Not even nations. They don't even know the names of our nations. We need to have our lands because we can see the future and we need them to be protected for the future generations. And we don't just need our lands, we need our children to be immersed in our languages. And so what would I like to see? I would like to see all of our kids out of their schools. And I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel. I would like to see our kids raised in our languages without English and French unless that's something they wanted. I would like to see our kids being taught by the trees and by the plants and by the animals the way that we were all this time ago. Because when we were taught like that, when we were taught by those nations that we had relationships with, the waters were clean, there was plenty of fish, we didn't have to worry about any of this kind of stuff that we see now. The world is being run into being a garbage dump. And I think it's time that we asserted our jurisdiction. We asserted our responsibilities. If we had 10 people sitting in a room and there was a bucket of water there, and we said to those 10 people, each of you has a right to that water. You have a day to decide what to do with that water. By the end of the day, they would have argued with each other who's entitled to more of that water. That's my right to the water. I got these people, I got this issue. And by the end of the day, that bucket would be empty. But if we had a bucket of water and we said, we have a responsibility for this water, to those same 10 people, at the end of the day, each of them would have taken a little sip to quench their thirst, and the bucket would be practically full. I want to see our kids raised on the land, in the languages, so that the next generations do not have to decolonize, because they won't have been colonized in the first place. Next slide. So when I think of, oh, sorry, you can flip it to the next one, I already went. So when I think of governance, for me, I think of course, having the babies and the future survival of all spiritual beings in the center, in the decision-making of everything we do. I see human beings. If we had a big chair of circles, we get one chair. Everything else has to have a say, because that's the way it always was. And there was absolutely nothing wrong with the way that our ancestors lived for all of those thousands and thousands of years. In fact, it was beautiful. And in fact, Canadians have yet to see the beauty that we hold within our nations and within our languages. I think when I don't have any answers for where do we go from here, all I know is that we need to change our mindset from a rights-based agenda, which is what those nonprofit corporations fight for, to a responsibilities-based agenda. And we have to seriously think about if this is going to happen fast, because it's happening fast, the waters are getting polluted fast. We have to think about what are we going to do fast? What can we do, each of us? We can't tinker around with having these, waiting for this government or having these nation-to-nation talks with them. We can't tinker around waiting for them to understand anything. We have to do what we need to do. And with babies at the center, it makes me think about those babies that are being taken from these hospitals, one a day. I wonder to myself, I think to myself, if a COCOM would call all of the Squawa, all of the Anishinaabe Kwe to come to Winnipeg from all across Turtle Island and march into those hospitals and march into that CFS and say, you are not taking one more of our children, I'd be here in a heartbeat. And I think that's what we need to do. I think we need to get real serious about stuff. And we need to organize, and we need to join our nations together. My dad told me that nothing scares the bejesus out of governments when we unite. We are so strong when we stand together. You know? And that's what I want to see for the future. That's where I think we need to go from here. Is we gotta move. And we can't wait for these nonprofit corporations and these so-called leaders to do it on our behalf, because they won't. They're going to sign the deals to make the profit. And I get it. Our communities are poor. I understand. But that's what they're going to do. During Idle No More, 17 of them walked in to meet with the Prime Minister. That was a slap in the face. That was a sucker punch. We got sucker punched. And they're going to do it again and again. It's the nature of those organizations, and they can't help it. And they're not bad people. They're not. But we have to unite, and we have to understand that they're not bad people. But we also need women. We need the men to make space for the women by getting out of the way. Yeah. So that's what I have to say today. And I say, I thank you very much. Kachimi Gwech, hi hi, Kinaskontin.
Thank you very much, Christy. Very strong words. Okay, we're going to ask one more panelist to come up and share their views, and we're going to take a short break after that because, well, you guys probably need a break. But we'll ask one more panelist to come up and give their viewpoint. I think we're going to be asking Leonard Munkman to come up, share his views.
All right. Bonjour, Leonard Monkman, Indigenous Cause, Animuzi Bing, Dunji, Winnipeg Dunji, North End Dunji. I'm 30 years old. I've spent the majority of my life in Winnipeg's inner city. I wanted to give a little bit of context before I come up here. I'm still relatively new to all of this. So 30 years of my life, growing up in the North End, got 3 brothers, got 2 sisters. Every single one of us have been involved in the criminal justice system at one point. Family's been involved in child and family services, grew up on welfare, all of that kind of stuff, all of the negative stereotypes that you can think about when you talk about what it's like to be an urban Indigenous Indian. So we grew up bouncing from place to place to place to place, from house to house, going to school to school to school. And what that's been able to do for me is give me the experiences of hardship, so I know what it's like to struggle. I had my son 13 years ago when I was 17 years old, so I'm 30 years old now. Managed to finish high school, go to university, had a job at the same time. First person in my family to finish high school, first person in my family to to go to university, first person in my family to attend university. I dropped out of school after my second year to start selling drugs. I got caught up in that for probably about 5-6 years, somewhere around there. Had given up hope on myself for a good period of time after that. Idle No More happened in 2013. And for me, after I got caught, I was on house arrest for 2 years. So I was on house arrest and watching everybody, what they were doing, and seeing the potential of having our people out there For me, it was really an awakening. I've always enjoyed reading. I've always enjoyed politics. I've always enjoyed Indigenous politics. When I had left school, I thought that I was going to be able to. One thing that has always interested me is politics, because I had always felt like I wanted to be able to try to change the things around me, and I thought that politics would be a way for me to do that. So I grew up watching politics, watching it all unfold, municipal politics, federal politics. When I went into university, I took Aboriginal politics in Manitoba, in Canada, any type of politics courses that you can think of. I also forgot my intro, so I'm kind of nervous. I want to say thank you to Derek for inviting me out to speak. When the event was announced, I wanted to take some time off of work just to come and share my ideas. Not even to share my ideas, just to listen. But so when he told me, would you like to present? Yes, I would like to present, because there's probably very few things that I like to do other than share my ideas with people. So I'm currently, well, after we got caught and was on house arrest and stuff like that, I've done flooring for 5 years. So I did commercial flooring and residential flooring up until last May. Got a job, another office job again. But what is, I'm just going to stop right there, because I didn't even want to talk about titles when I came up here. Where are we at in 2016? What are we up against? One of the things that I talk about is that we are up against the economy of Indigenous misery, is what I would like to call it. Yesterday they released the stats that said that they were going to switch the way that they count the numbers for the amount of children in care. The last estimates that we had was 10,000 kids in care, 90% Indigenous. That number is actually closer to 14,000 with the way that they count the voluntary placements and kids in, I forget, it's something like group homes. It was a different way of counting it, but there's actually closer to 14,000 kids in care. 70% of the people that are incarcerated in Manitoba are Indigenous. So, you know, there's been lots of times where my family, every single one of them, there's always been somebody locked up in my family. We're up against a lot of different things, and often what motivates me to try to do things is to see that struggle. So what motivates people to change things is when I step outside of the house, I still live close to the hood. I see these people suffering on streets in the corners. I've had people that have been killed. I have friends that have been killed. I have friends that have been doing life sentences. Our people are struggling day to day to day to day. And I enjoyed hearing Isaac's story yesterday about throwing his Indian Act card out. I wasn't recognized as an Indian until last year. So for me, being non-status, who has represented me? I've always felt like I've always represented myself. I've never had the opportunity to say that this person represents me politically. The municipal governments don't represent me. The bands at home don't represent me, and none of these organizations represent me. I've always kind of felt like I've represented myself. I wanted to be able to go into a metaphor to kind of think about the way that our people and the way that they suffer. I read something last week where it's the equivalent of being put into a warm pot of water. You put a frog in a warm pot of water and you slowly turn up the heat. And as you slowly turn up the heat, you get used to it until it's time that water to start boiling. And that's different than being thrown into a boiling pot of water. That's kind of what happens to our people when we talk about genocide. How do we push the genocide conversation a little bit further? Why is there more of a pushback when we talk about genocide? Our people are not being rounded up by the hundreds and put into being taken out all at once. Our people are dying much faster than they need to at 50 years old. Amputations, diabetes, drugs and alcohol. And it's really often the effects of having to go through 4 critical systems in my opinion. So one of the main systems that we're up against early on in life is the child and welfare system. The fear that these parents have and what they have to deal with dealing with their kids is one of the first things. The education system, we were having a conversation the other day about being told to stand up for O Canada every single day. how can we stand up for something where it's been taught to us from a very early age, a lie that, you know, Canada's a peaceful country, Canada's a peaceful nation. We should be able to recognize that and respect that, and it's hard for me to be able to do that when our people have suffered. And the third system that our people have to deal with when we're struggling is the incarceration system. The fourth system that people often have to deal with is the healthcare system. So on a day-to-day basis, why do we face so much discrimination as Indigenous people within this country? Within these four systems, and there's other systems as well, you've got people that are dealing with Indigenous people on a day-to-day basis where they get to see our people struggling, they get to see our people when they're not doing so well. And so when they go home, they get up, they go to work, they do their 9 to 5, they see our people struggling, they go home with these racist stereotypes about who we are. They don't get to see us in a place like this. They don't get to see us when we're at work. They don't get to see us when we're at school. They don't get to see us when we're at ceremonies. We have a beautiful people. We have a lot to offer to the world. And it's important for us to break stereotypes. So with all of the problems that we see, I wanted to come up and talk about what I think could potentially change things. And for me, I didn't get involved in any of this until last year. There's the idea of the village concept. There's a lot of different things that are happening within Winnipeg, and I'm kind of I've been fortunate enough to be able to hang out with Jared, and he's been able to witness it. So from an outsider's perspective, it's hard to be able to see what exactly is happening here in Winnipeg, but I would like to believe that certain things that are happening within Winnipeg right now have the opportunity or the potential to really change the way that we view and the way that we organize amongst ourselves. So I've been a part of a group called Aboriginal Youth Opportunities. It's all done by volunteer. Nobody gets paid to be a part of it. We don't have any board meetings. We're not incorporated. We're not structured. What we do is we get together and we try to make things happen the best way that we can through volunteering. So the next project one of the projects that came out of there was Red Rising. So this is the same thing. Nobody gets paid to be a part of it. We've been able to come up with money to be able to get this thing off the ground. Independent media, how can we use something like this to be able to shift the consciousness of the people that live within these cities, the people that live within these reserves? Wherever we have Indigenous people, we need to be able to shift the way that people think about our relationship with Canada and our relationship with the rest of society. We've got groups like Drag the Red, which are out on the river searching for our relatives in the summertime, another group that's volunteering. We've got Althea Gibosh and God Bannock, who's out there serving Bannock to the homeless people on Sundays. Another thing that came up was the land defenders. The land defenders, Joe Sini was here yesterday talking about it, saying that we're not a nonprofit group, we're not an NGO, we're out here doing it for the love of the land because we feel like this is something that needs to be done. Another thing that's happening within the inner city is also the Bear Clan. A group of people that are getting together to go out there and take back the communities, to try to patrol the streets, and they offer that sense of protection to the people within the community, and people recognize that. Nobody gets paid to be a part of the Bear Clan. This is all done by a volunteer basis. This is the community taking back the community. And another expression of what I would like to believe is sovereignty is Ikwe rides and Nietzsche rides, fulfilling a gap where our people are being discriminated against within the cab systems in this city, but our people are stepping up to say, well, this is something that we need to offer because it's something that is required. Otherwise, our women are unsafe, and we shouldn't have to deal with that on our own territories. So if we could, one of the things that happened last year is Derek asked us to organize the blanket dance for Aboriginal Day. Right off the top, what we thought about was how do we organize something like this in a short period of time? What we need to do is we need to be able to say that we can pull together all of these different groups like AO, Drag the Red, God Bannock, the Bear Clan, and say that if we could understand a little bit of the clan systems that says, well, your group is doing your work, your group is doing your work, your group is doing your work, I'm not always going to have enough time or energy to be able to come out to attend each one of those. And I don't feel like I need to, but as long as you guys are doing the work that you feel is important, you're taking on your role and you sort of view that role within this as sort of a clan system, we could do stuff like that to say, I respect the work that you do because you're fulfilling a gap that is required within this city. But when it's time to come together, we'll bring our people together and we'll be able to make decisions. One of the things that I think about sometimes is that our people are divided. They're divided by the reserves, they're divided by borders, they're divided by streets, they're divided by blocks, they're divided by gangs, they're divided by organizations. Our people are fractured at every single step of the way, which doesn't allow for any type of unity. But if we were to look at it as more of a clan system where you say, you guys are doing the work that you think is needed to do, that really helps to address some of the lateral violence that we see within our community that says, I don't need to be there at everything that you do, but you guys have my support, and when you guys really need me, I'll be there. So I would hope that's taking into that kind of concept deals with a lot of the lateral violence that we see. I was going to talk about establishing nation-to-nation conversations. When I talked about that, I could see that there's often criticism of what happens here within Winnipeg because, you know, we come at a lot of different things from an academic perspective or a colonized mind. And I would recognize that from an outsider's perspective, from the outside looking in, it looks a little bit glamorous because we use the media to try to boost our people up. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think that mainstream society has been taught from a very early age that we are the people to fear, we are the people to hate. We try to counter those ideas and notions of who we are by offering something positive. So with that, I would like to believe that it's not a nation-to-nation relationship. It's really a nation-to-nations based on respect. So Anishinaabe people in this territory and the idea of borders, how is it that we don't connect with Anishinaabe people 8 hours to the south of us, and yet we can connect with people 2,000 miles on the east coast and on the west coast? Are we all really Canadians, or can we connect with people that speak the same language and have the same beliefs as us just down south of us to the border? That was something that I wanted to think about. And even within these nation-to-nation relationships, I would view the nation-to-nations as sort of like the Cree, the Dene, the Mi'kmaq. These are all a microcosm of what I would call, you know, it's sort of like globalization. You've got all of these different countries that don't necessarily have the same belief or same values or anything like that. But I would like to believe that whatever the Cree people decide, whatever they decide to do with their territories, that's up to them. That's an expression of sovereignty. But I do believe that there needs to come a time where we can learn how to agree to disagree. So one of the things that I think that we need to do is we need to learn how to establish our own membership. I can't sit here and say, you're an Indian, you're an Indian, you're not an Indian, you're an Indian. I think that establishing something where maybe it's our grandmothers within our communities that will decide who is a member of our nations and who is not. I don't think that we should be stuck in thinking, well, we're not going to be able to get away from the Indian Act. Somebody messaged me yesterday and said, maybe the Indian Act is a good thing. I said, well, it's possible to think outside of it. You need to be able to envision what it's like to look outside of it and to start thinking of yourself as less of a, I'll probably get myself into trouble, but to start thinking of yourself as less of a Canadian and as more of a Anishinaabe person. Another thing that I was thinking about was land stewardship. There's people that I know back home that are like deadly hunters. They know the land better than everybody else. When the zombie apocalypse happens, they're the people that I'm going to run to. but land stewardship, these are the people that are the knowledge keepers on our territories that know what the territories look like. They should be able to have a decision on whether or not there's a pipeline going to come through. There's going to be projects that are going to happen that are going to really affect our future. You talk about things like Energy East, and people talk about economic development. Economic development is the way forward for our people. I think that's short-term thinking, because we're not thinking about how, you know, the price of oil is down right now. 50 years from now, the price of water is going to be sky high, because we're not going to have any clean water for anybody. So education and the ability to veto, recognizing things in a 2006 modern day context, there will come a time where things will have to change for everyone. You know, a couple of the elders here yesterday were talking about, you know, things drastically changing. These are conversations that I've had. You know, 20 years ago, I would sit down at my uncle's house in the res there, and these guys would talk about the requirement to get ready for drastic change within the environment, to go back to the land, to learn how to hunt, to learn how to trap, to learn how to snare, to learn how to fish. Safe drinking water was one of those things that they talked about. I used to think that they were crazy when I was a kid, because it sounded really it sounded like the apocalypse to me. But these are something that I think is something that we need to take into consideration a little bit more, because the way that things are happening, it's not sustainable. We're not going to be able to keep up with these things. You know, having conversations about nationhood, somebody says, Leonard, you can't live in a utopia. I don't think that it's a utopia. I think that if we really imagine something different, to be able to say, well, how the hell are we going to govern ourselves without the Indian Act? And you think about democracy, and you think about the way that democracy has really divided our people. If this piece of paper represents a reserve, what you've got here is 4 families or 4 hungry dogs fighting over a piece of scrap. These guys will never be able to create change within their community. Never be able to create change when you're fighting for scraps, based on the way that the system is. The system doesn't not allow for our people to get together, to really think outside the box, to say, you know what, we're going to work with each other. I think that's probably the biggest thing that we need in this country, is that we need to have the ability to work with each other. I wanted to talk about what could potentially it look like if we were to move away from the Indian Act. How are we going to govern without the Indian Act? I was reading Unsettling Canada by Art Manuel, and what he talks about is that in all of Canada, all of the reserves combined only equal 0.02% of the landmass of Canada. If you were to combine all of the reserves in all of Canada, it will equal lesser than the Navajo Nation in the States. We have absolutely no decisions to decide what happens on our land without having the government have a say of what happens on our territories. So imagine if we were to put as much emphasis on moving together as a collective, saying, you know what, we want land, we want Canada to honor the treaties, education, health, housing, and more land. Imagine if we put that energy that we're putting into reconciliation as a collective to say that we're going to ask for more land back. And part of the reason why, the reason why we're in this situation today, where we have so much Indigenous people struggling, is really the result of land dispossession. If I was the Canadian government, I wouldn't fund me for education either. You can't have a bunch of educated people that know what's going on with why do we see the problems that we see within our communities today. So we need to be able to establish jurisdiction within our communities to be able to determine, somebody was saying yesterday, you know, maybe politically is not the way that we're going to go about things. Well, absolutely, politics has a lot to do with it. You need to be able to have something set up in place when the time comes to be able to decide what's going to happen next. If we're talking about 7 generations and everybody's working in silos and we talk about decolonization, the people that are living in the bush are not going to be able to decide what's going to happen. It needs to come, these ideas need to come from all over the place. Just because one person has an education doesn't mean that it undervalues the person that knows what's on the land. I would like to believe that every single person within this community is going to be able to have something valuable to offer. So I just got a warning there. So we'll talk about a little bit about rematriating our communities. I grew up with my grandma. She taught me the importance of 2 educations. She told me to go and read books, but she also brought me up in the lodges. She was a pipe carrier. She had her bundle, and she was a very traditional woman. So these were the people that went into the bush when our ceremonies were outlawed and kept the languages alive and kept the cultures alive and really taught me 2 different types of education and taught me the importance of 2 education. Another one of the ideas that I wanted to get into was justice. How do we deal with our own people within our communities whenever they're acting up? I think that there needs to be some sort of checks and balances where we're able to do that. The potential that we've seen within Idle No More and the awakening process, how do we get more young people involved? How do we get more young people involved in this type of movement where people are waking up to the ideas that there is something different outside of stepping onto the street and having to be at fear of violence from their own people? I think that the inquiry itself is going to have a lot of this. It's going to have a lot of people pointing the fingers at people like myself, young Indigenous men. We don't need an inquiry for Indigenous men because Canadian society wants us to say that it's Indigenous men killing Indigenous men and it's Indigenous men killing Indigenous women. I think that's something that we need to think about. I would hope that the inquiry goes into the state and the reasons why the state allows so much different things to happen like that. So also the need to move away from federally funded organizations like certain organizations like AMC, like AFN. I was reading Unsettling Canada and he talked about not being funded by the federal government, allowed them to go and do radical things. What we need is something radically different, something that we're funding our own movement. Groups like AYO, I got my job. My job is not my life. My job is something that I do in order to be able to eat. But outside of that, what I'm allowed to do after that is really going to be, it allows me to be critical of the things that I see within our communities. And really recognizing the power that everyone has within our community. So within the village, what we've got is we've got people that are that have their own place within our communities, that have their own roles and that have their own powers. So it's moving away from that right, say we have a right to do this, to more of I have a role or a responsibility. I don't have any idea what I'm doing with my life. I'm just doing it. I feel like whatever happens with my role, it will come, but I'm not going to force anything. I don't have these grand schemes about where I want to go or what I want to do. And I think that if we accept our roles within these systems, I think that we would be able to affect more change. I agree with trying to create more allies with non-Indigenous people. I feel like the more that we can create a better understanding of who we are as Anishinaabe people, of who we are as Indigenous people, if we can break those stereotypes down, we're not talking about breaking off into our own separate society or anything like that, but really thinking about the relationships that we have with individuals within this country, within the state. I would like to believe that this thing that is happening within the city is something that could be used elsewhere. But it's really, everything that I'm talking about is really based on respect. It has nothing more or nothing less to do with respect. If we can make agreements with places like the Canadian government, I think that we would be able to accomplish a lot of the things that we want to do. Sovereignty, we don't need to look no further than Unistoten. Well, I think that nation-to-nation relationship will be tested with Unistoten. We'll see how much the Canadian government respects that nation-to-nation relationship in terms of resource extraction. working towards dismantling the Indian Act, requiring more land, revitalizing cultures and languages, imagining communities where our elders support our youth support our elders, our Indigenous men support Indigenous women, and vice versa. We were talking about what it's like sort of to come up and be viewed as a leader. I don't really view myself as a leader. I don't view myself as a warrior. I don't view myself as all of these things that people try to put you under. We talked about shifting that narrative more towards being viewed as a helper, as a shkabe, as you know, if you're to raise these boys in these lodges, they do whatever is asked of them. You don't have to tell them twice. That's the kind of mentality that I think that we need to take, and that the mentality that we need to take with our young boys, to tell them, you know what, you're not a warrior, you're a helper. You go and do what's asked of you when the time is right, and we'll live in much better communities if we can raise these boys properly from an early age. But that's also going to be a requirement of balance too, right? So I do agree with Christy that we need to start handing over the keys of decision making to Indigenous women. I feel like I've been blessed to be able to see a lot of Indigenous women in leadership positions. So I'm going to finish it up right now. Somebody asked me, you know, what's the end game for all of this? Why do you do what you do? It's not neoliberal success. We shouldn't be working towards, I need to make $1 million, I need to have my degree, the whole reason for a lot of the activism that I feel like I do, and also even moving away from the activism narrative, but to say that at the end of the day, what we really need is healthy communities and healthy individuals in our communities. Nothing more, nothing less. At the end of the day, it all boils down to having healthy people. I think that's where we should leave it at.
Miigwech, Christy and Leonard, really good perspectives from two panelists, so I think both presentations really complemented each other really well. And if there's anything that I take away from today, is that I'm feeling really hopeful with young helpers like that kind of leading the charge, and it's really good to get this some perspective with regards to what's happening in Winnipeg and all the different little circles that are moving to take care of one another and really exemplify that kindness that we talked about. So what we're going to do now, not to stop the momentum of the panelists and the speeches, but yesterday when we were chairing, we noticed that people were getting a little bit antsy, and so what we're going to do is we're going to call a 15-minute break. So you can, the bathrooms are located at the back here. Help yourself to tea and Bannock. Initiate some dialogue with the people that you're sitting next to, or come and engage the panelists, and we'll see you back here at 10:45 so we can listen to Jared's presentation next. Miigwech.
All right, peoples, we're going to get started in a couple of minutes. Just a reminder to everybody that we are live streaming this event on the YouTube channel. It's the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs live stream. You may be able to find it there. I know there's a lot of people that are listening and watching on the YouTube channel right now, so I'd just like to give a shout out to them as well. Please spread the word. Ask everybody to come back to their seats, and we're going to get started, continue on with our panel. All right, just to keep the agenda. I don't want to say agenda now. I think agenda was mentioned. But just to keep things going, filling in for Pam Palmer is Jared Martineau. Jared Martineau he's going to give his viewpoint on contemporary expressions of nationhood in the colonial paradigm. But our first two speakers, amazing viewpoints, very interesting, got me going, I just wanted to question you guys. So I hope you all are enjoying that. Jared, I think we'll call you on up here and keep things going.
Tanse, my name is Jared Martineau. I'm Nahiao and Denisuhine from Frog Lake First Nation in Alberta. Currently living in Toronto, where I just moved actually a few months ago. I was studying out at the University of Victoria before that for the past almost 5 years, maybe more than 5 years. I did a master's and a PhD in Indigenous governance at the University of Victoria, which I was very grateful to be able to be a part of that program. They do a lot of good work out there. And so in some ways I'm grateful to be able to have the opportunity today to be able to carry some of the things that I've learned and been thinking about from there to here today. I want to say thank you to the Grand Chief and to the event organizers for the opportunity to come and be a part of this conversation very unexpectedly at the very last second, and also to say that there are very big shoes to fill, given that Pam Palmer wasn't able to be here with us today. So I'll just try to do a small little contribution to the conversation, while also recognizing that I really would have loved to have her voice here present in place of mine, and also to hear her perspective, because she does really wonderful work. So I've been in Winnipeg for just over the last week, I do work with a company called Vice Media, and right now I'm producing a documentary television show for them that's all about indigenous communities in the midst of political struggle and rising up. And for our series, we're producing 8 episodes, and each one of those will focus on a different community around Turtle Island and around the world. And when I was first thinking about working on this show, a lot of the communities that we're visiting, we were thinking about the way that they're in the midst of a particular kind of resistance. And that might be about a big development project that's coming into the community, one of the big large resource extraction projects that's happening all over in all of our territories. That might be about some contestation that the community has with the state. The state is enacting a certain kind of violence against the people. Or in the case of the episode that we're shooting right now, which we're doing here in Winnipeg, it's really about a lot of the systemic problems that are affecting so many aspects of life here in the country and are really concentrated in certain ways here in this community. And that systemic stuff obviously has an overarching name that I think some of us have come to talk about, which is of course the colonial system. So one of our challenges in doing this work is to think about how we can make that system visible. And I was thinking about that in terms of the work that I do with working on this documentary series, thinking about the way that you make that visible to somebody watching a television screen. But I actually think there's a bigger political challenge there, because I think that's a challenge that we kind of all can think about, which is how do we make that system visible for ourselves, for our own people? Because as that system comes into view, as we start kind of being able to see through the fog and the haze that colonial system puts on us to understand the position that we find ourselves in, as that system becomes more visible, then I think then we can start to figure out ways to be able to confront it and to overcome it. And building on the words of the other panelists from this morning, from Christy and from Leonard, and hi for your good words and your thoughts. There's a lot of things that I was thinking about from what they said that I feel like really are part of the task that's before us. And for me, I was involved a lot in the Idle No More movement as well, that's been mentioned a couple times here today. And similarly found that moment, even though it was a bit of an extended moment, that moment carried a lot of power for a lot of our people, and especially for a lot of our young people. I was living on the West Coast at the time, but of course through social media, through technology, we saw all the action, all the organizing that was happening all across the country. And I really felt a sense, and I think a lot of people did, we really felt a sense of collectivity, of commonality and experience across all the geographic divides, across the differences in our experiences. There was a sense of commonality. And I feel like that sense of commonality, that sense of belonging, that sense of feeling in common with one another as brothers and sisters in the midst of not only struggle, but in our communities, to me, that's really at the core of how I understand the concept of nationhood, which is really about a sense of belonging, a sense of collectivity, getting beyond the individualism that the rest of this colonial society tries to impose on us. Leonard touched on this at the end of his talk, which was about the way that neoliberalism, the idea of self-improvement, that you're just going to get what's yours, hold on to what's yours, do for me and mine, comes at the expense of collectivity. It comes at the expense of community. So for me, when I think about nationhood, I think about rebuilding that sense of strength between us. And in light of what Christy said about the coming changes, the ones that we're experiencing already, the fact that on New Year's Eve in New York City was like 17 degrees, in Toronto over the last couple of weeks, which is where I'm living, it's been, above normal temperatures, and many other indications. The evidence is all around us of those coming changes. So for me, I feel a particular political responsibility in terms of the urgency of the way that we can revitalize that sense of communal and collective strength, because we need everybody in our communities to be a part of this, and we need everybody in our communities to feel like they're a part of it. And so flowing from that I Don't Know No More movement and the spirit that it carried, to me, I feel like that's where I really want to concentrate a lot of my energy, and it's where I try to carry forward a lot of what inspired me to be a part of that, which is about trying to inspire other people to feel like they're within that collective. And that sense of urgency, I feel like, doesn't have to only motivate us in negative ways. It doesn't only have to be about all the coming horrific things that are there. But in order to weather that storm, we're going to need to be coming from a place of strength. And in a lot of work that I do is focused in a certain area of trying to present, represent, and kind of kindle the flame of that strength. And that's through like art and media, music, creative expression. And I personally focus on that because I feel like it carries the sparks that can uplift the community. It carries the sparks that can inspire other people to start taking action in various ways. And so I'm actually grateful that it's the three of us that are a part of this conversation as well, because I feel like, particularly Christy, didn't at all talk about the wonderful, beautiful creations that she brings into the world that I know inspires so many of us in all the places that her work travels. And those creative works that are a part of Red Rising magazine, that are part of these new wave of young people who are coming into their own, coming into their sense of power, coming into their ability to be able to say, this is the story that I have to tell, this is the image that I want to make, this is the song that I want to sing, this is the spirit that I carry, and I'm unashamed about it. I'm proud of it. I want to share it with the world. To me, that's like at the roots of how we can rekindle that spirit of nationhood. So in a lot of ways, my work and my whole kind of perspective on this doesn't really focus as much on the Indian Act political system. It doesn't really focus as much on the given establishment leaders that we have placed before us, because I feel like it needs to start from a different place. And I've been really inspired by what I see happening south of the imaginary colonial line that divides nations, colonial nations, with the Black Lives Matter movement, with the African American community there, for taking it upon themselves to not wait around for the government to change the things that are affecting their community and just saying, you know what, we need to be out in the streets, we need to be holding these people accountable. And if you look at what's happening in our communities up here, and they're not the same experience, so I'm not trying to conflate them. I recognize that there's very different historical experiences, but there's a place of commonality there that is resonating for me, because I feel like we need to be up in the same way. We need to be activating that. We need to be taking up a place of power and confronting these places where we don't see that accountability. That includes our own leadership in our communities. That includes the colonial leadership at every level, from the civic on through to the national. And that includes not getting it twisted when the colonial machinery, and by that I mean people like the newly elected Trudeau and so on, try to convince us that our further participation in their system is going to give us nationhood. I don't take that as a given. I don't feel like there's any historical precedent for that working out for our people in a good way. We would not be in the situation that we're in if that was a possibility. We have like hundreds of years of experience of trying to find our way in, claim a seat at the table, get recognized by the colonial government for doing a good job, being a good Indian, and all the rest of it. And I feel like at this point, we don't really have the luxury of waiting around for that to try to work out for us, to wait around for them to recognize some kind of a nation-to-nation agreement that we've been claiming for so long that they have no real interest or investment in recognizing. And part of the reason that they don't have interest or investment in recognizing that is because that would take away from their political power. I mean, we're talking about the economy of indigenous suffering and misery. Since I've been here in Winnipeg, we've been going and visiting people in many different parts of your community, and I've been very grateful for the stories that people have been sharing with us. And the stories that they've been sharing with us have been ones of incredible strength and incredible love and compassion for our relatives, for all of our friends, for family members, but they also have showed how much that system is thriving on the basis of taking our people away from the community, of fracturing our families, of fracturing our sense of nationhood. And so for me, the really reparative work, the restorative work, is about trying to rebuild it from the ground up there. And that's not looking to some outside system to solve it. It's not looking to outside saviors to come and help us. It's about looking from within to be able to do that. And I feel like we have a tremendous amount of political power. So this moment actually offers a huge amount of potential and possibility. One of my disappointments about what happened with the Idle No More movement was that we didn't really have it figured out about how to carry that energy forward. So at the beginning, when I was talking about a sense of belonging, a sense of place in community, that's about also knowing if people are excited, if they're engaged, if they're waking up for the first time. We want to be able to support that energy. We want to have a place for them to say, you know what, we got a thing going on over here. Come over here, let's go, let's do this. And especially when those given systems that are there are trying to take away from that energy or trying to channel it back into other forms that aren't ours, we need to do things like create Red Rising magazine. We need to do things like the Bear Clan Patrol. We need to take up those opportunities. And I'm like very, very inspired and really extend my highest praise to everybody that I've met in this community who's doing that work here in Winnipeg. I do think it's a model. Leonard asked if it could be a model for other places. I do think it's a model. It's unfortunate that those mobilizations, that those actions that are being taken on the ground are coming in response to violence, are coming in response to systemic forms of oppression, racism, and so on. It's like an unfortunate reality, but it's a reality that we live with. So if we live with that reality, how do we contend with it? We have to contend with it by saying, okay, we're going to take it on ourselves. And we're going to take it on ourselves urgently because we can't have more of our people being put into prisons, being put into ambulances, being put into care, so-called care, custody, all these multiple forms of incarceration. And so for me, the way that I have focused my energy, because I feel like it's easy to get overwhelmed when we think about this stuff. It's easy to get overwhelmed in the scale and the scope of the problems that we face. I've been really focusing my energy on a particular terrain of this struggle, a particular part of it that I feel like is so much of lived daily reality, especially for our young people, and that's in the world of media and representation. Because it's so much how we come to define ourselves or understand ourselves is the way that we see these images reflected back to us, the way that we hear these stories told. So for the work that I'm doing right now with this company, we're going into that space that isn't an indigenous space and trying to create a little pocket of indigeneity within it, a little space where our stories can live and breathe, even though the environment around it can sometimes be quite hostile. And I feel like when our people go into university, the university system can be quite hostile. These other places that we're going to are important places for us to go. We should be able to go and take up spaces in colonial institutions, but we shouldn't get it twisted that by virtue of us going there, that it's necessarily, even if it's with an extended welcoming hand, going to be taking us where we want to go. One of the things that has happened of late that I feel like is a positive benefit, so not to only be critical of things, one of the positive benefits that I think I've seen, especially from the part of a lot of our young people who are getting educated, is around actually being able to carve out a little bit of space to think strategically. And we touched on it a little bit in the course of our panel, but for me it's one of the things that's actually very difficult for us to talk about, like longer term visions of how we're going to survive, longer term visions about how we want to revitalize our nationhood when we're living out the day-to-day realities of economic impoverishment, of violence, day-to-day survival. If you're at the level of only managing day-to-day survival, how are we talking about long-term strategy? How are we talking about how we want to live 50, 100, 150, 250 years? And I see this in my own community. The whole vision of long-term thinking gets put on how much money are we going to make from the oil patch over the next 10, 20 years, and that's like the long-term vision. That's not a long-term vision of how we want to actually live and support ourselves as a community. That's a short-term vision of economic profit. And it's very seductive. It's very seductive to get taken in by that because it presents an opportunity, but only a certain kind of opportunity. And that opportunity ends up coming at the expense of the health and well-being of our communities and our young people that are going to be the ones to actually carry this forward beyond us. So I really take that responsibility, like we've been talking about, of being a helper to those who are trying to find their place within this sense of collectivity very seriously. And I feel like the media actually becomes a very strong place where we can do that. I'm a real advocate for independent media, for independent indigenous media. I feel like we need platforms of our own. I'm very glad we have APTN. I'm glad we have the internet and podcasting and all the folks that are doing work in those spaces, because I feel like our young people are looking for that. They're looking for a place to be able to say, how can I get down with sounds that are from our own people? How can I hear those stories? Where can I hear those stories? And we need those to proliferate. We need those to proliferate from a place of strength, from a place of ownership, from a place of saying, this is our own vision of how we want things to be, not only in a reactive mode, responding to whatever Trudeau tells us to do. Somebody talked about crowdsourced intelligence earlier, and I feel like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. I think it was the Grand Chief, actually. He mentioned at the beginning, crowdsourced intelligence. The idea of us bringing our common strengths and our intelligence together, where are the spaces that we do that? I think dialogues like this are really important for us to even just get together to have those conversations. The fact that it's live streamed and can be available to people on the internet to watch later, we need to take up those spaces as much as possible. And I guess maybe the last point that I want to end with, because I don't want to carry on for too long, that again flows from some of the waves of the action that we've seen over the last several years, and one that I'm hopeful for the next time that it comes around and that we can all initiate and be a part of, is that at the end of the day we need a certain kind of mobilization that extends beyond our individual nations. I was recently, as part of my work in BC, in the interior of BC with the Secwepemc Nation, And the Secwepemc Nation is comprised of, and I might get this wrong, so internet can correct me after I say it, I think 19 bands that are part of the Secwepemc Nation. And I'm not picking on the Secwepemc either, by the way. They're beautiful people, and I had like a very welcoming and wonderful visit while I was there. But I was talking with people about some big development projects that are coming into their territory. There's a huge, there's mining that's happening up there. There's fracking that's happening up there. A lot of the things that are happening in many parts of the country and many of our communities. And I was asking them kind of what's the biggest challenge to try to confront these massive projects, because the massive projects that are polluting a river system from the glacial watershed at the top of it all the way through the rivers doesn't just affect a particular band and its little territorial division, it affects everybody that's through the river system, right? So I was asking them kind of like, what's the biggest challenge in terms of how you guys are trying to confront this? And everybody said, we don't see ourselves as a nation. That's the problem. We see ourselves as these 19 little bands, and the bands that were created not by us but by someone else then become the site of the division between everybody. I mean, we know about this divide and conquer tactics. We can talk about it all day, but in a really real way, when I was there in their territory and talking with people, they were like, we don't see ourselves as the Secwepemc people, as that nation. We have a tremendous amount of political power if we all come together as those 19 individual bands to confront this large project. Because we're not these distinct groups. Historically, we were not those broken up families. We were all like actually all related. We are actually all related. And so to affirm that relationship between each other, to affirm that under the banner of nationhood is actually a tremendous political force. And if you think about that, not only say then with the Secwepemc Nation, but we see this in BC, there's a lot happening out there that's up and down the coast where these projects that are coming through require nationhood to be asserted not just by a particular nation but by other nations working together in common. And right now a lot of those people that are at the front lines of the resistance, that are at the front lines of land defense, are few in number, and they're not being taken seriously. And part of the reason they're not being taken seriously is because those resource development projects and those governments are looking to a particular vision of leadership in the community that are not the ones who are defending nationhood. They're the ones who are defending Indian Act leadership systems. So if you're defending an Indian Act government, are you defending your nation? Are those things the same thing? That conflict in talking to so many people in the communities that we've been visiting, to me, is really at the heart of a lot of what's happening here. Because I feel like those people who are grounded in their culture, grounded in their language, grounded in their ceremonies and spiritual practices, those ones who are defending the earth, the water, from destruction in the name of their peoplehood, their nationhood, they're operating from a whole different philosophy. They're operating from a whole different orientation around the way that they're thinking about what the present struggle is and what the future that they want is going to look like. And so I'm not here to like criticize Indian Act leadership for its own sake. What I wanted to communicate about that is that I feel like if we can actually orient ourselves across nation lines and within our communities as nations, that's an incredible, incredible, incredible political force. And we saw a little tiny bit of it during Idle No More. We're at the intersection of all the major points of infrastructure throughout this country. All the major development that's scheduled to happen over the next years that's going to create this plastic-ridden, earth-destroyed future that Christy is talking about. All that's happening in Indian country. We're like the last line of defense on that stuff. So the urgency with which we need to figure out a way to come together in common, to assert ourselves as nation, to me has like never been more critical than it is now. And that balancing of trying to find a way to be patient with it, and at the same time, trying to find a way to move things forward, to me is something that I really struggle with every day. Because I feel like when I get caught up in the urgency, I lose sight of kind of the fact that when I'm in ceremony, I'm always being, slow down, take your time. Things are going to happen in the time that they need to. And so I feel like that's something that I kind of have to work through on an ongoing basis, because if I just look at the reality, I feel like there's no time, we gotta go now. But I know if we wait, that future, especially the negative version of that future, is going to be an inevitability, and I don't want that. I don't want that for our people, I don't want that for our land, I don't want that for our water. So forgive the kind of abstract ramblings this morning, but those are just a few thoughts that I've been thinking about on this topic, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be able to share them with you, and also just want to extend my really heartfelt thanks for being welcomed into this community for the few days that I've been here, in the other work that I'm doing while I'm here. Community here is beautiful and inspiring, and I have so much respect for everything that's happening. So, hi, Chimagwech.
Well, I wish my rambling thoughts would come out like that. So before we move into open discussion, I just wanted to acknowledge a couple of people, some of the young people that have come here from Saging. I think that's really important that we engage our young people into these kind of forums and discussions. I'd also like to acknowledge the Eagles Nest youth that were here helping us yesterday. They want to wave. Awesome. Thank you for all your hard work. They were here helping us with setup and providing coffee and tea to the elders today, and that makes my heart smile. But it brings me back to when I was growing up as a young person. You know, my uncles always took the imperative, I guess, to make sure that we were invited and included into meetings. So he'd say, you know, there's an education meeting at the school today, I think you should come and listen. And I don't think without that invitation I would have felt comfortable entering those circles. So it's important that we do that we, you know, engage our young people into these processes. Just in moving discussions along with the panelists, I would like to ask them, you know, if you could give a little bit of perspective on, you know, some tips for the young people. How can we get the young people to move forward on all the good things that you talked about? So before we open into the crowd dialogue, I'd like to pose that to each of the panelists. You know, how do we engage our young people into creating that action that's required to address, you know, reestablishing our strong states of nationhood based on strengths? Do you have another mic? Do we have the roaming mic? Oh, it's coming.
Full show? Okay, thanks for that question. It feels weird sitting down at a table right now, but like with the table in front, but that's all right. So one thing that I want to say is I really look to young people for leadership right now. I don't look and wait. I'm not thinking to wait until they're older, because I feel like young people right now have a fresh, untainted, really strong perspective that is so clear that they speak the truth in such simple ways. And so I'm always admiring young people that even if they don't even think they're leaders, you know, they have it in them, and you can just see it. It's just the creativity and everything just oozes out of them, and they're ready. You know, young people are ready to go. So my advice, I guess, is, you know, I don't really like telling people what to do, but I can tell you what we've done. Isaac and Aaron and I with Ottoman Collective is what we do is we get an idea, and then we pick a date, we look at the calendar, and we say that's the date, and then we secure a place, and we go. And we say then we make a poster, and we put it out to the community, and we say we're going to have this thing on this date at this place. And then we worry about everything else after. We don't have any funding, and sometimes we have to work. You know, lots of times we work and we fund it ourselves. We don't, you know, go after government funding, and it really makes a difference because we're motivated by our desire to see good things happen and to see that healthiness, you know, that Leonard was talking about amongst all of us. So if you have an idea, just pick a date. Make it happen, because you can do it, especially if you join with a couple other people who are like-minded and just as motivated, and it can happen. And your ideas are all good, and don't let anybody discourage you. If anybody says, oh, maybe you can't do this or you can't do that, just block it out and focus on what you want and go for it. That's my best advice, I think.
With the group that we're a part of with Aboriginal Youth Opportunities, we sit down and we meet every single week. They're called AO Politics Brainstorm Sessions, but it's really sort of our weekly think tank where we can get together and come up with different ideas. And as an expression of urban Indigenous sovereignty, like for me, I don't really care to sit in boardrooms. Boardrooms really bore the shit out of me. We're trying to make it. When I grew up, I think a lot of people wanted to be rappers. A lot of people wanted to be involved in hip hop. A lot of people wanted to emulate that sort of lifestyle. We're trying to counter that by saying, you know what, it's cool to be Indigenous. It's cool to be brown. It's cool to be yourself. It's cool to say that I've got kookums, I've got my relatives, and I respect that. How do we develop that sense of respect where people want to be themselves? People are not aspiring to be something different other than themselves. So it's a matter of being unapologetically Indigenous and making it so that it's cool to be that. It's cool to be a nerd. It's cool to have something like this where the next generation can see that something like Red Rising is allowing their graphic talents, their writing talents, their poetry talents, their music talents, all and Jarrett made a really good point about, you know, how do we use the artists that we have within our community as a way of redefining nationhood. You know, I'm not sure of the quote, but the Louis Riel quote saying that our artists will be the ones that bring everything back, and I truly believe that. I think that having the ability to express yourself through painting, having the ability to express yourself through clothing, through art, through song, all of these different things allow our people to have that sense of pride. So it's really a matter of making it cool, but at the same time making people aware. It's not neoliberal success that we should be shooting for, but having our people wanting to be a part of something. I think that at the end of the day, a lot of youth really just want to be a part of something, and I'm glad that you know, that gangster narrative is slowly shifting out. I would hope that it continues to shift out and that more people want to be a part of a movement. Aboriginal Youth Opportunities is not an organization. It's a movement. We need more people involved, and we try to recognize the good that is within people, and saying that with everyone around the table, everybody's good at something and everybody has something different to offer. I'm the farthest thing from an artist. I can write though. So that's my contribution to the collective that I see, is that I like to share my ideas. How do we bring more people involved in that? How do we get more people involved in that? I think that movement building is a huge part of it. How do we get our young people to recognize that we have libraries in our communities in the form of elders? You talk about what I call kitchen table knowledge, where you go and you sit down and you're talking to a library right in front of you. These people that are within our communities have knowledge about the land, knowledge about our ceremonies, knowledge about our culture, and you're not going to be able to find that on the internet, and you're not going to be able to find that in a textbook. You're going to be able to find that in conversation. The majority of what I've learned over the past year has not been by book, but it's really been the result of having conversations with people everywhere that I go. And I feel fortunate that I've been able to surround myself with genuinely good people, and we can sit down and we can brainstorm, and there's no ego involved in that. So for me, the biggest thing is how can we activate more people? How do we get more people aware to say, you know what, I don't need the band council. The band council is doing this, or the mayor's not doing this. We'll just come up with ideas and we'll just go do it ourselves. I think that's one of the biggest forms of sovereignty that you can do, is just go out and make things happen on your own without worrying about money. You don't need money to do everything. You can actually do things by just committing some time and energy to whatever project that you have in mind.
Yeah, just very briefly, I would say if you see something that needs doing, then do it. Like if you see somebody that needs to be helped out, go help them out. And the flip side of that, I think, is also really true, which is that, especially if you're a young person, to not be afraid to reach out to people and to ask for help. If there's something that you're trying to do, but maybe you don't have the skills or the resources or whatever it is, there's a lot of people, you know, in the community here that are doing such great work. Don't be afraid to reach out to them and ask, because I know for myself that's something that I really try to do as well. If people are like asking for whatever knowledge that I might be able to share, whatever connects, resources, whatever it is, we're trying to pass it along. We're trying to build everybody up. So like, don't be afraid to reach out to people.
It's great. Thank you for the feedback. Appreciate it. I hope the young people were kind of listening, paying attention, and mobilize some of this dialogue into action. So we have a microphone in the middle of the room here. This is meant to engage participants to dialogue with our panelists. So if there's any questions you'd like to pose to our panelists, please take this opportunity to do so. We're going to call a little bit of a timeout at about 11:45 to allow one of our distinguished elders to come and give his perspectives on what he's witnessed here today. So again, I open up the floor.
You need that center mic on? Is it on?
Test, test. Good morning. I just want to go back to these very important first steps in discussing nationhood. I feel I have a responsibility as an individual, as a Hunainwell. I don't like to call myself a Cree because it's some slang that somebody came and put a label on us hundreds of years ago. It's a derogatory term. That's not ours. There's a lot of good issues being brought to the table. And I'm just one person where we all have a responsibility in looking at the language of nation. What is it? In our language, nationhood, Haskanesin, Waskan Gaisiain, the surrounding around you. If we're going to talk about nationhood, we need to go to the very basics of what constitutes a nation. Canada's got their own version inside that box. Our people have oral history. What constitutes a nation? We cannot call ourselves a nation inside a box language. You have to go home. To be a nation, you have to have land, resources. To be a nation, you have to have people, not legislated identity. And most fundamentally, a culture. When I talk about culture, everybody's got their own perspective. Culture is about your identity, your language, your traditions, your belief system, your way of life. Those are the first key steps. And I don't think we can integrate the English language into our culture. We need to relearn our languages. We need to go home. We need to talk about inherent jurisdiction. The elders have been crying out. That's why they're taking 2 steps back, because we're not listening to them. What they're saying from what they've been told in ceremonial lodges. We cannot televise our culture because you're going to kill the spirit of our nation. We can't do that. That's why the elders have been crying, because we were disconnected from the modern Indian to the historic Indian. Pugo kitagiuyak saspin giwi pasaguna no askanes yun. If we're going to light that fire, we can't be coming here with a shopping cart list. Each one of us, every man, woman, and child, whether you're 1 or 8 years old, we all have a responsibility. But where are we speaking out of? Some of us who have earned that rite of passage to do the things we do, some have taken on things that they don't have a rite of passage, and the elders understand this. That we cannot tamper with the sacred unwritten constitution and redefine our history. We have to go home and know our own history. And I'm going to keep saying this right to my grave, what the elders have been saying. It's up to each and every individual to go home. Spirituality is an individual thing, it's not a collective thing. It's not about creating groups, organizations. We owe it to this guy up here. Puut Tagiuyak, stop putting boundaries on this island. Anis Sidniwak, Kinano Asininuak, the people from the Rock Island. There's no spirit in a piece of paper, no matter how well it's written. If we walk away from that land, you're going to disconnect your spirit from there. And it's going to lead to hopelessness. If you start looking into history, we've been very elaborate in detailing what had happened to our people, all the genocidal steps inside that box. A classic example is the Canada-Manitoba Northlands Agreement that was signed in 1966. They already predetermined what was going to happen in rural development, where it was going to cause hopelessness, suicide, despair. It was intentionally designed that way. Until we go back to that foundation, only this guy is going to be able to do that fighting for our people and our children and the unborn. So we have a lot of work. I told you yesterday, language is going to matter. The words that come out of us. Nainwewin is how we say ours. Aski and Inuak, the people of this land. We're starting to look like duct tape. Everybody's been bringing so many and putting so many labels on our bodies. Band stickers, band membership stickers, Bill C-31 stickers. We are who we are. It's up to us to find the spirit of our nation in us. The Creator's unwritten law hasn't changed, and we don't have authority to change that law. People may have changed. The elders have been heckling some of us over this thing to go home to try and understand. I don't come here to lecture anybody, but to pass on the message and what the elders have been saying. I'm just a student of our unwritten history, and I know very little, but I have a good concept of what they're trying to tell us. So please, go home, go see your elders, talk about these things. And I'm talking about ceremonial elders. That's who I'm referencing. This political system that's been created is killing us. It's hurting our nation. But it's up to the power of the people to go back and get it. But it's not about fighting who gets to be in the spotlight. This is about our survival. We're at the edge of this mountain called the Buffalo Jump. The same policy that's still there, and it's still alive and well. The 1969 White Paper policy. History is repeating. So we have to go in with a broad view, not with like a horse with blinders on it. We have to know what's coming at us, and we have to move. We have to move if we're going to survive as a people, as tribes. I just wanted to bring that back here in terms of what is all entailed in nationhood. There's no nationhood in Indian reserves. There's no land base, just surface rights. Just the municipality squatting on your traditional homeland. Somebody came to your home a long time ago, brought in their own system of rules. They told you to move into the bedroom while they enjoyed the benefits. That's as simple as you're going to understand it. Now it's time to come out of that bedroom. You take back control of your house and you apply some of your house rules. If somebody's going to come to your home, your homeland, you tell them to take their shoes out the doorway, take them off. Behave civilly when you're in our territory, in our homeland. That's the kind of language we need to talk. We cannot legalize our inherent jurisdiction and language. The legal model's been there for 140 years because it's leaving us at a disadvantage. That system of law is not ours, never was, never will be. That's what we're talking about when we talk about a legalistic model. Everybody wants to be a Philadelphia lawyer. That's not our system. So go home. I'm not telling you to go out from here. But go home. Go home, my relatives. Thank you.
Miigwech, Councillor John Muswagan. We have time for one or two more comments, and then we're going to, so if we can keep our comments kind of brief, we have to try and keep on schedule respectfully. So we'll take two more speakers, and then we're turning the floor over to an elder up in the front here.
I thank you. Kiwet no upskuma kodishnikas mangdo dem. Anishnabenin. I hear a lot of talk here this morning, everybody calling themselves Indians. We're not Indians. We're citizens of our nations. Be it Ojibwe, Nahiawak, Dakota, Lakota, or any other nation that's in this room. That's who we are as people. We're not Canadian citizens. We're not subject of the crown. We are citizens of our nation. It's a conflict of interest for you to be a citizen of one nation and bow your head down to a paper corporation called Canada, which is registered in Washington, D.C. as a corporation. It's time, I'm glad there's a bunch of young people here and students to understand you are not Indians. You are citizens of your nation. If you come from a nation, that's who you are, as men, women, and children. You are not fictions of this system called Canada. You are men, women, flesh, blood, and bone. You are recognized by the Creator, put on this land as men and women. All the laws that's made in this country are made for fictions. Our people have to understand. They use us as a commodity. Our prison system, it was said here 95% of our people are Indigenous that's locked up. If a person walked into that courtroom and knew who he was, he'd walk out a free man. Because those laws weren't made for us, they're made for their people. You got to understand those laws are made for their people. Under their constitution, Section 88 controls every First Nation in this country, be it provincial, be it federal, be it municipality. Under that constitution, that is their law. We have the Creator's law, natural law, inherent rights to territory. I mean, they're asking here for direction. There's a meeting in March with the ministers and the chiefs, the corporate chiefs. They're going to stand up there and talk on our behalf. We need to send clan mothers. We need clan mothers to stand up there and tell that government, we are the title here. You are a corporation. If you don't like our country, go back to where you come from. Because this is our land. As far as territory is concerned, we're from Turtle Island. Do not take yourself out of one box called a prisoner system, the reserve, and put yourself in another box called territory. We're from Turtle Island, North and South America, period. The United States does not recognize Canada. They still call us North American Indians. I've been to a few of their meetings, government meetings where the CIA, Homeland Security, and I asked them the question, how come you don't mention? Because they know Canada is a corporation. It's not even a country. Canada does not have a seat at the United Nations. They only send a representative. Because I was there and I asked, I'd like to meet Canada's representative. But they don't have one here. They don't have a seat. All they have is a mouthpiece over there that says, oh, Canada is doing good. They're number one in human rights violations around the world. That is BS. Because our people are suppressed. We're living in third world housing conditions. And every First Nation in this country, it's time we stand up. We need clan mothers. We need these young people to stand up and address who we are as leaders, as nations. I mentioned a document here about the papal bulls and doctrine of discovery that was quashed at the United Nations, and it's up to the Holy See and the Crown to address that situation and abolish those acts immediately. So let's not start talking about doctrine of discovery or papal bulls. They've been defeated in a court of law, where 15 supreme judges from around the world says, you done wrong, sir. You better clean up your act and do it now. And restore these 549 nations in North America that's supposed to be stood up as sovereign nations. It's time we have a door opening here. We have a chance for our nation to step forward and be who we are, true sovereign nations. But this is my message. I'd like to say that meeting that's taking place in March, send clan mothers, don't send corporate chiefs. Thank you.
Good. So we'll take one more question from the floor, Belinda, and we'll come back to you this afternoon. We have more dialogue happening this afternoon.
Hi, my name is Belinda Vandenbroek, and my spirit name is Sugiga Abigisquet, Usawi Umisiwisquil. I am a woman who does speak, and I speak strong. Especially when I know that we have to wake up in our own country. We have to wake up to who we are. We are the indigenous people to this country. We don't go anywhere else to learn our language and to know our way of life. I am also Innu. I am not Cree. Just remember, if you think I'm Cree, I'm not. I am Muskego Innu. I am a carrier of my language and my way of life. And we have been so colonized in this country of ours that so many of our people don't even know they are. So number one, we have to wake up to the fact of who we are. We belong in this country. This is our land. And no one should ever, ever have to take that. And not only that, but really, people, did we want to be on a reserve? Are you kidding me? Did we want welfare? I don't think so. But no, the system was put in place by the government, for the government, totally for them. We were put in little spots of land that really had not a heck of a lot that we could even do on that land. So wake up, people. I do a workshop called Decolonizing the Body, Mind, and Soul. And we have to wake up. We cannot allow any of this stuff that controls. I mean, first of all, I was born an Indian. Okay, that's what the government said. Then 1969, I married my husband, and I'm not an Indian. And then they changed their mind in 1985 and said I was. Like, holy crap, I'm glad I know who I am. And I still don't believe that the government should be the ones telling us who we are, for heaven's sakes. We have to know who we are, but you see, the system has totally controlled our lives to the point we can't even think for ourselves. Those days are over, folks. That is not acceptable anymore. The chief and council system, not our way. And I would challenge the 630 First Nations in this country to come up with a system that's going to work for us. Because it's not who we are. We vote for the people we put into the, as chief and council, and they're usually in control. Hello, that's a colonized system. And why are we accepting that? All of you that put the chief and council in there should be going to the chief and council and saying, this is what we want. And I said this in Split Lake a few years ago, and I said it all in my language and in the love for my people, because I love who we are. We are absolutely unique in this country. We think differently, we do things differently. But we're so colonized, even our language, ni mama, that is not our word. That's, mama is from the English language and ni is mine, but nigawi is the word. So even Ogimasquare, most of our, especially our elders, when I say Ogimasquare to them, they're not sure whether they should be insulted or not, because they assume I'm saying, hello, white lady. Hello, would I say that to them? No. You say Ogimasquare because you respect them for what they do. And people in the country, in the community, will tell you who to respect, because they've done something in their community that is respectful, that is loving and kind. And you know what? Not to even say that all elders in our community are kind people, because they're not. And there are some elders that are freaking dangerous to our children. And that we have to stop. But no, we turn a blind eye to that too, because we're colonized. Why should we upset the apple cart? Well, the hell with the apple cart. We can't do that to ourselves anymore, to our nation, all our people. We're very important here, and as long as I live, my little grandchild that's alive now, and one coming, they're going to know who they are, they're going to know where they come from, and they're going to know their language, because that's who I am. And even, for example, when we say the grandfathers, grandmothers, in our way of life, my grandmother, my mom's mom, and all her sisters are my grandmothers. And all their husbands are my grandfathers. If they had brothers, those are my grandfathers, and their wives are my grandmothers. And you know, our people today can't even believe that. And you know why? Because we're colonized. So wake up. Let it be your responsibility right from this moment on to tell everybody to wake up. Know who you are. Find out your history. I mean, they told us long time, our elders told us there was no such thing as sweetgrass and ceremonies. That's not true. But that's because they didn't know already. It was already wiped out in the 1700s. Because, and for us to believe today that we're evil, holy smokes, that's a bunch of BS. And if you still believe that of your own people saying that to you, come on. It cannot happen anymore. We have to know who we are, we have to know where we come from, we have to know who we're related to, so we don't marry them. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, I gotta follow that. Thank you very much for your comments. I'd like to thank the panelists. It was a great discussion we had this morning. I wish we could get, well, we're going to keep it continuing this afternoon, but I'd like to call upon Ted Fontaine to come say some closing remarks from this morning's panel. Then we're going to break into lunch on our lunch break.
Jimmy Goich. Sagi Ndunji. Daninagar Son Nishnabe Moa, School Frank Kugi Kendan. I want to tell you My name is Ted Montaigne. I'm from Sagig, and I've gone through a life of turmoil from all levels of development. And I want to say that I'm feeling very, very, very proud. These young kids sitting here, grade 12 students from Sagig, I think all of them are related to me somehow. They don't know. Their mouth falls open when I tell them who their great-great-grandfather is. So I want to welcome you. I think there's two levels of what's happening in our community here. And I hope, and I'm sure this is happening across the country, where we've gone from that life of turmoil, of not knowing who we were, trying to survive as nations, and losing a lot of our languages and our customs, like I did in residential school. And now that we have people that are placed in our systems, I think by the grace of the Creator. And I know this is happening across the country. Liz Gray, the teacher of our kids here, has been in our community close to 12 years. And although this has happened prior to her coming to our community, what we are doing here is we're reviving as a nation. And we can't ignore what our young people are learning and what our young people are coming up with in our life. I never thought I would ever see this day. I see a number of survivors sitting here, and I'm sure they feel the same way. We've been trampled on. We weren't people. You know, as I said in one of I shocked the classroom, a university classroom, by saying, you know what they called me when I was in Winnipeg here? I'd cross the street, and the guy behind me said, for you young people, you want to cover your ears? They'd say to me, there goes a fucking Indian. That's recent. Less than 40, 50 years ago. Even now, that still happens. And you know how difficult it is to come from that shadow. A lifetime of being trampled on and being told that you're not a person. Hating your parents, hating your grandparents. Because you know why? They were Indian. That's how strong the government policy was to get us off this face of the earth. Not to be known in Canada as the original people. I feel very proud to look at all my little relatives here. And I thank the Creator just about every day, and thank Him for giving me the strength to tell people what happened to me. It's a shameful act what they did to me, but it's just as shameful as to admit it. All the abuses, I'm sorry, I don't want to get too tied away with this, but whatever happened to me in my 70 years, I should say 65 years, because my first 7 years of my life were bliss. I learned from my parents, my grandparents, through what our young people are learning now by experience. They're experiencing what it means to sit amongst leaders. So I feel very, very, very proud. I feel very proud that we're attracting people now that they realize that they can't, or they're not going to lose us as Indian people, the first people of this land. I probably have a couple of hours of discussion here, but I want to keep it very, very simple. You know, we're fortunate. I don't see any politicians here. As you know, politicians represent our interest. The one thing the one thing that I've been dreaming of. And this happened years and years ago in Manitoba, where there was an attempt of creating a First Nation political party. And I promised to myself I wouldn't get into politics here, but this is not politics. It's a putting down, making a statement of who we are. And I think what should happen now, we have 10 MPs that have been selected to lead our country. I guarantee you, at some point in time, I hope I'm still alive when this happens, there's going to be strength that comes from this 10, 12, whatever 20 are elected. There's going to be strength that comes in and says, we're going to form a party that upholds our traditions and our culture. After all, this is the original identity of Canada. You know, we're not Germans, we're not Ukrainians, we're not English, we're not French, we're Anishinaabe. And all these nations that come here, they step on our traditional land. We are. This is what Canada is. And at some point in time, we're going to have a politician that comes, that's strong enough, that's going to come across the floor and say, I'm an independent. And then from then on, starts working on the fact that we need a party that represents truly the identity of Canada, which is Anishinaabe. I know I'm not going to live to that day, but I encourage all these politicians that come here. There's none, unfortunately, there's nobody here. But if whatever they start hanging around functions like this, where there might be a possibility of a vote, they start thinking about the fact of who they are actually. They're representing a Canadian identity. And I feel very fortunate to be able to sit here and talk and listen about nationhood. As recently as 20, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, we never had the opportunity or the courage to talk about nationhood. We have leaders now, Grand Chief Nipinak and other people that are here, that have taken up that challenge and are starting to discuss nationhood. So I think in a nutshell, they've asked me to give you a little overview of what's been discussed. It's been nationhood. Real nationhood. And we have, the Grand Chief is here, but you have to respect the fact that we have the future leaders that are sitting here and are going to carry the torch. I feel very proud of you. I feel very proud that you're here. And I am also of our other young people that are here. And Shimigwich.
Thank you very much, Ted. Thank you very much, Mr. Fontaine, for those wise words. We're going to call up Grand Chief Nipinak. Come say a few closing remarks for this morning's panel. We'll start again at 1 sharp this afternoon, guys. Just a reminder, 1 o'clock sharp to continue on in our second panel for this beautiful day that we've been blessed with.
Miigwech, very briefly, because I know that we're now going into the lunch hour. I've felt very honored this morning to be able to participate as a listener in what's happening here. I want to thank Ted for his words, as well as everybody who came up to the microphone. Just a powerful discussion, and I could feel the energy building, as we went along this morning. And what we're doing is we're taking people outside of their comfort zone and having discussions that are a long time coming. I think that catalyst is the youth energy that's in the room, as it was here yesterday, and often reflect upon the youth energy that comes into our spaces in our political spaces, and it's causing a disruption disruption within the status quo hierarchy that we've been operating from for too long. We're going to continue that energy this afternoon. We've got some very dynamic speakers coming up this afternoon to continue that discussion moving forward. And I'm just so honored and humbled to experience the opportunity to listen to what's been said here today. You know, one of the key points that have been made is that we should be sending our clan mothers, you know, to the meetings to represent our interests, and the political spaces need to create room for the real leadership and the real voices to emerge. And I take those messages to heart, and I'm not insulted. I don't feel disrespected because I try to set my ego aside, because we did raise that pipe yesterday morning, and I do believe we're still in ceremony. Whenever we have a pipe ceremony and we come together, we are in that ceremony space and we're all protected, and we can set our egos aside and we can have a good discussion. We can come out with solutions that come from the organic space that we've created here today. And like I said, some of the key catalysts are sitting up here as a panel. They're not separate and apart from who we are as a community, but they're actually bringing a powerful contribution forward with their ideas. The strength of their ideas is used to carry the discussion. I want to acknowledge that. There are no replacement speakers in our list. There are no replacement speakers. Nobody is here to replace anybody that's not here. Everybody that is speaking is here for a reason and for a purpose. And I believe that because of the ceremony space that we created. There are no replacement speakers. When somebody can't make it, that's unfortunate. Personal circumstances sometimes prevent people from being in a certain location at a specific time to share an idea. But there are no replacements. The people that come to the space to share their ideas are here for a reason. And I accept that, and I give full recognition of that when we have a meeting like this, of this nature. So, miigwech for hearing us out. Let's break very soon. Let's have lunch. But before that, I want to observe an opportunity, to share our gratitude for our speakers this morning and carrying the discussion. Christy, if you could come up and receive a small token of our appreciation. Leonard. I know sometimes when Leonard speaks, he feels he gets nervous, but once he gets rolling, just the consciousness and the thinking and the way his ideas take shape just brings such energy to the room. It's such an honor to see that. And of course, Jarrett, please come up. Jared is another one of those great minds of our time. He can stand up here and he can talk in the highest of English language, and he can talk from his academic learning, but he can also get on his knees and he can also stoke a fire through our ceremonies. That's the range. That's the range and diversity of our youth, is that we can go and sit in the highest halls of academia and learn, but we also humble ourselves to the ceremonies that we have to learn, that are done in our languages. And that's the range and the scope of our intelligent people out there today. And it's such an honor that Jarrett was here to share his thinking and his words today. Miigwech, let's have a good lunch. Come.
All right, we're going to be serving lunch. We're going to ask our Eagle's Nest young adults, to come up and start serving the elders. So the elders, if you just want to raise your hand, we'll get some soup and bannock to you as soon as possible. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't registered, our registration desk is still at the front. You'll be put on an email list, so you'll be forwarded all the information that was discussed in the past 2 days, yesterday and today. And everyone else, I guess, can start making your way to come have some soup and bannock. I know everyone's being shy right now, but take your time of going up there and we'll commence the second panel at 1 o'clock.
Hello. If anybody is interested, we do have copies of Red Rising magazine. It's a pay what you can model. There's a box right up at the front here. So it just whatever kind of donations that you have to the box, you guys have got issues at the table in the front.
All right, people. I hope everyone had a satisfactory lunch. I love that soup in Bannock. I could eat it every day. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes, so I'll start asking everybody to make your way back to your seats. Our panelists, if our panelists are in the building, can you please make your way to the front? That's Colby Tatusis, Leah Gazan, Negan Sinclair. If you can make your way to the front, it'd be appreciated.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. We're going to get started into our afternoon session and dialogue. So we're going to move it right on into our panel discussion. Again, we have another group of dynamic speakers who are coming to share their perspectives and experience with regards to nationhood. The topic for this afternoon is contemporary expressions of nationhood in the colonial paradigm. Quite a mouthful. So I'll let each of the panelists give their take on this topic. And given that we're kind of wrapping up towards this afternoon, I'm going to encourage the panelists to talk about how do we mobilize this and move this into action, these discussions. So with that, I'll call up Leah Gazan.
I'm always scared when I see a podium because I'm not sure whether you can see me over the podium. So every time I see a podium, I kind of panic a little bit. But this one's the perfect size today. So, Buju Heyushka Washtewi, Red Sky Woman Indigenous, Makwa Dodam, Wood Mountain Lakota Nation, Treaty 4 Territory, Saskatchewan, and it's a real honor to be here on Treaty 1 territory with all the respected elders and community leaders, and all the leaders and grandmothers that I see in the room. It's always a real honor to be here. Just to poke fun at one of my colleagues here, people were wondering where Nigon was. I said, don't worry, Nigon's on his way. He'll be about 5 to 10 minutes late, and he'll scoot in and he'll look really confused, and then he'll scurry to the panel table. So I just want to say, never fail, never worry, I know what's going on. So, so I was asked to start out my presentation talking a little bit about myself, and I do all sorts of different things, but how I identify myself first is as a mother and an auntie and a sister and a community member, because without that grounding, that's who I am. And all the other things that I do, that's just what I do, that extends from who I am. And the other thing is, who am I? Well, I'm a member of the Bear Clan. That's who I am. And what that means is that I have a role and responsibility as a person of the Bear Clan, and that is to protect and do things around healing. And so I do a lot of work. A lot of my work revolves around protecting the earth, doing work that results in the protection of children and families, women and children, some of our boys and families. So that's what my work extends from. I also have two names. My first name is Heyushka Washtewi, and that means good peacemaker woman. And that was really important to me when I got that name, because my whole life I've always had real difficulty with conflict. I've had a lot of pain when I see conflict between people. And when I've experienced conflict in my own life, I've really struggled with that. So when I got that name, that really gave me a lot of peace, because I understood there was a purpose for those feelings, and that was not to stay in conflict, but to try and find ways to find peace within conflict. So a lot of the work I do in the community is bringing community to the table that usually don't speak to each other. Because one thing that I believe, and I think many people probably believe in the room, is that we are much stronger together, and certainly as a community we are so strong when we stand beside each other, not always in agreement, but learn how to support each other within our differences in a way that benefits all and not a select few. And the other name that I have is Red Sky Woman, And I was given this name when I was fasting during the springtime. And it's a really, it makes me feel really emotional because I do a lot of work around trying to bring awareness about ending violence against Indigenous women and girls. And Judy De Silva, who is a well-respected elder and somebody who I just really admire, gave me that name, but there's an important teaching that comes with that name. And she said this, and that's why I'm sharing this story with you, because it all fits into kind of what we'll be talking about in terms of moving forward as nationhood. She said this, she said, "This name is for your work that you're doing around violence against Indigenous women and girls," she said, "because no matter where we are, when we look up at the sky at nighttime, we all see the same sky." And that, every time I talk about that name, it makes me feel emotional, because that's such a powerful teaching in terms of unity, our responsibility for each other, and our responsibility for all living things. So one of my gigs, I teach at the university, so I can go on and on and on, but I'm not going to do that today. Although I could just ask any of my students, they're like, "Take her off the stage. We want to go. It's lunchtime." Just kidding. But so I'm not going to do that today. But I was thinking about what can I talk about today in terms of moving forward as nationhood. And just talking, I wasn't able to come for the last day and a half. I've been really busy teaching and writing. I have a lot of writing stuff that I have to do. But I thought I would talk about perspectives on returning back to the matriarchy and the role of women, and just speaking to some of our clan mothers in the room. I understand that's been a topic here, and I wanted to give my perspectives on that. But also the importance of respecting our clan mothers as a foundation for respecting all life givers, and that includes our Mother Earth. Because if we have no land, if we don't defend our life giver, our Mother Earth, then we have no nation. We always have to defend our life givers first. So one of the things I've experienced being an Indigenous woman, trying to make my way through colonial structures, but also just even in our own community, is I've really struggled to find my place and keep my dignity in a patriarchal system that's been designed to disrespect life givers, and that includes women. So, being a mother, trying to figure out what that means. If we can't show respect for our life givers, if we can't honor our life givers with kindness, with gentleness, with respect, then we're in a big trouble. But I see the same kinds of behaviors that I've seen perpetrated against our women in different ways. I look to our youth. They just had a conference on the weekend about consent culture, or the culture of consent. I can't remember. Tasha Spillett spoke at it. Our youth are having totally different discussions about, and our young men, about the importance of respecting our women, the importance of respecting our life givers as just a foundational value. But the kind of disrespect that I've seen against our women, not just in our own community, but every Halloween, the costumes, the Pocahontas, or the sexy squaw, or all of these kinds of things, is the same sort of disrespect I've seen perpetrated against our Mother Earth as we try and find other ways to get at our resources to hurt the very precious lands that we have left, the very life that we need to survive is another violent act against our life giver. And in saying that, I think many of us are trying to find ways to do things differently. We see what happens when we don't respect life, like in Cold Lake, Alberta, where they've had a bitumen oil spill for going on several years, or places in California where, because of things like bottled water, there's towns that have no water. That there's many people that are looking beyond that and finding creative ways to respect our life givers. And I think many of those teachings come from our ceremonies. A lot of the knowledge I have, even though I have a post-secondary education, even though I spent a lot of years in colonial institutions, even though I teach in one, the most valuable lessons that I take that guide most of my work, most of my teachings, and most of what I do comes from teachings that come out of our nationhood around the importance of balance, the importance of seeing yourself in the center and honoring all of those things around you. Those are the teachings that I give in the school, and those, I think, are the foundational values that we need to move forward as a nation, to see everybody's place in the circle, every living thing's place in the circle that goes beyond human beings, but our water, our animal life, our plant life, and all the teachings that we see in our ceremonies that we get from our elders, and certainly our clan mothers who have been leaders in that discussion in terms of how to be together in the community, how to nurture our children, how to honor our water. So you see many of our women are rising up. They're rising up and taking on their sacred responsibilities to protect water, to not stay silent in the face of the adversity, to question some of the decisions that are being made beyond in colonial structures, but finding a way to engage in discussions, not in a violent way, but in all the ways that we learn in our teaching, in a way that models behaviors like kindness and respect and nurturing and sharing, and all of those kinds of teachings that you need as a foundation to be together as a nation. I think sometimes we complicate core values of very simple things on how you need to move forward as a community. I understand, I'm really proud of people like Leonard and Kevin Settee and Sadie Lavoie, who are some of our youth that just model those values in their activities in community. How to just go forward and participate in activities that model acts of love, act of caring. Somebody talked about Althea Gabosh and AKA the Bannock lady. I mean, she must be good if she's taken over the name Bannock. She's almost, patented the name Bannock. You know, we've had Bannock for a while. But how she just took it upon herself to go out on the streets to make sure the community was fed. It's sometimes those simple things that are not complicated, but it's all those things outside of everything that we've learned from our elders, things that our grandmothers teaches us, that have made things really complicated. And I think much of it relates to and is ingrained in a need to control and have power that has come from all the systems that have been put in place to dispossess us from our power. But the thing is that we're reasserting our sovereignty. We're not re-exerting our power and saying, I want to control this. We're re-exerting our sovereignty and staying within our own dignity and saying, I'm not going to accept violence anymore. I'm going to support those actions that support nonviolence. And when I talk about supporting nonviolence, I'm not just talking about supporting nonviolence against Indigenous women and girls or some of our men or some of the violence that we perpetrate against each other, but I'm also going to support actions that support nonviolence against our sacred waters against our lands, against our animal life and our plant life. In northern Quebec, they're fighting to save the last 10% of their pristine boreal forest. The last 10% is up for negotiation. But this is a good story because it's not a story of a community divided. It's actually a just story of a community who has decided that they are going to stand together in unity to protect the last bit of their boreal forest, the last 10% of their beautiful, pristine boreal forest. There was not one person in the community that voted against protecting that boreal forest, those beautiful wonders of trees that tell stories of 1,000 years. Nobody said, we're going to go after the last tree in this forest. Now, they might not be as corporately powerful as the 5 logging companies that are trying to slaughter the last bit of that beautiful, pristine, untouched boreal forest. But they have true power. They have power of unity. They have power of love. They have power of commitment. They have the power of resolve. They have the power of caring. They have the power of sharing. Not just with the members of that community, but with the caribou that live in the forest that they're trying to protect. So when I think about moving forward as a nationhood, I also include my animal life, brothers and sisters, my water life, they're part of my nation. My trees, that's part of my nation. So I think in looking at all of that, I think that's the way I see moving forward as a nation. Now I'm just one little midget of a woman in high heels that blurts out ideas all over the place. So I do share this with a lot of humbleness. And I know that over the last couple of days, there's been many ideas shared. And what I've heard from people around the room is it's the same sort of unity, the same kind of difficult discussion that is creating that kind of unity in this room, the kind of unity that you need to move forward in a loving, kind, gentle way with each other to build our nationhood. So with that, I say, miigwech.
Thank you very much, Leah. We're going to keep it rolling, and we'll ask Nigan to come up. Yeah, come on up, Nigan. Come on.
Okay. So, bonjour and magaraduk. Hello, everybody. So, my name is Nigan. Should this be higher, or just lean down more? Okay. It's the Leah was, okay, no, okay. So, bonjour everybody, my name is Nigan Sinclair. I'm the Department Head of Native Studies at the University of Manitoba, but most importantly, I'm a Anishinaabe from this territory. My entire life, my family, all of my ancestors are from this territory. We came up here on the Red River in the 17th century, and we settled along the Red River in the Little Peguis Settlement, or St. Peter's Indian Reserve. And those of you that know the history there, so I come from Peguis First Nation, so I'm a Treaty 1 member, and it's a real honor to be here. Yeah, miigwech, thanks. Little shout out for Peguis, eh? Hometown crowd, eh? And so I'm here today to talk a little bit about the future of nationhood and kind of some of the work that I'm doing, as well as I do with my brother and my sister over there who I'm sharing this panel with, and so I'll try to be brief. But I want to talk about a couple things to refer to the way in which we can see nation. My work is on Anishinaabe nationhood, And at the Treaty of Paris in 1763, when the French were defeated, the powers that be in Europe decided to place this humongous Goliath of two nations on top of our nation and they divided us in this imaginary line right in the middle of us in 1763. And as usual, our needs, our thoughts, our considerations were secondary. Since that time, we have been dealing with two predominant forces in our life as Anishinaabe who have constantly sought to erase us, who have sought to assimilate us, and ultimately have sought to take over the lands in which we have shared relationships with for a very long time, coming up with that name, Indinaway Magaraduk, my relatives, my relations. Every aspect of our life as Anishinaabe, to the very way we define our name, the spontaneous people, or the good people, or whatever definition that you can use to describe Anishinaabe, has everything to do with a constantly mobile people, a constantly making people. We are a people that are makers. We're not a people that are, we are a people that do. And that's a significant way that we see ourselves. And how that plays out in our nationhood is we are constantly making our nation. Our nation is always in process. And so many of the vestiges of the world that say, okay, so where's your constitution? Where's your Bill of Rights? Where's your national anthem? Well, we would say these are multiplicitous. They are constantly being created. They are in our scrolls. When we make our scrolls, when we use our sand to make our scrolls, that is our constitution. We are always in the process of writing it. There is never a time when we say, well, there it is, it's done, go consult it. We would say that it's something that it is constantly being made. That is what makes us an amazing, powerful, and we have a lot to teach of other nations of the world. In fact, that I see it is America and Canada and the nation states of the world that are static, that are frozen in time, that are stuck in the 19th, 18th, 17th century, when they argue that we are those people. We are the people that want to go back to living however we were many, many centuries ago. It is, in fact, we are the most innovative nation builders in the world. We are the Constitution writers. We do that through many of our different ceremonies, and I credit Leah for being somebody that reminds me that when I have times of struggle, when I have times of feels like I can't think of these things or I can't work anymore, I feel kind of hopeless, she says, go back to the ceremonies, go back to looking at the ceremonies. So I want to talk a little bit about the fire ceremony for young men, that we work with those young men. People like Jason Parento work with those young men to teach them about fire. And fire is something that you earn. It's not something that you take. Fire, for us, Ishkade, comes from the word heart and the word for newness, so the new heart. Fire for us is something that you have to earn. And it is the same word that we use to describe city, and it is the same word that we use to describe nation. The heart, the something in which we feel together. Another word for that is family. And so when we look at the term of fire, it is everything that you do to earn that fire, from the time that you spend with your mentor, to the time that you prepare the land, you collect the firewood, you collect the flint, you collect the area in which you clean the area that you're going to lay down the tobacco and lay down the medicines to clean it off. And then you lay the kindling, and then you lay that dry grass. And then you start the real work, which is the work of singing to earn that fire, to welcome your grandfather into the work that you're doing. And then you start with the flint, and you spark that flint, and if you're lucky enough and if you work hard enough, you catch a spark on that dry grass. And then you take that eagle fan and you work and you work and you work and you work. And if you're lucky enough and if you've worked hard enough, it takes over the span of an hour, you may catch a little bit of that dry grass on fire to light that kindling, which will light the wood. And then you take care of that fire. Someone has to sit with that fire for hours and hours during the lifetime of that fire. And even afterwards, after that fire is completed, you must clean that fire and take good care of that hearth so that it can be remade again. Our nation is embedded within that process. Sovereignty, if we want to call it sovereignty, or autonomy, or nationhood, is never going to happen if we wait for someone to recognize it, if we wait for someone to identify it, if we wait for someone to say, you are sovereign, you are autonomous, you have a nation. If someone could point to us the nation. A nation is something that is earned. And the way that we earn it is through our teachings and through our values and through our practices, like the fire. But I could list a whole bunch of other ones. I could list the berry fast, for example, for young women. I could list off the first vision quest that a young man or a woman takes. Or I could talk about a naming ceremony, or I could talk about the sunrise ceremony. Every aspect of our teachings has to do with our nation because it is about earning relationships. And at the best of times, when we earn our relationships with one another, we create friends which become family. And so you'll hear that term Nuichiwaganuk, right? So my friends or my partners. And then soon enough, after time, after commitment, that Nuichiwaganuk becomes Indinawe Maganaduk. That becomes my relatives. Because at the best of time, it is through our relatives that we will make our nations. It's not through a declaration. We could declare things all day. It is only through our commitments to one another that we will make our nation. It is through our everyday practices and the times when we stand up for that sunrise in the morning and we turn with our tobacco, with our asema, and we gift that sunrise, we gift that sun, and we say, Miigwech for coming. That is our nation. That is very much us practicing our autonomy. And if we practice all of those things, and if we commit to one another, if we say to ourselves that no matter whether you're an NDP Aboriginal or a liberal Aboriginal, and however many conservative Aboriginals there are in the room, I don't know, where are you? Let's point them out. Okay. That those are not the values that are going to determine who we are. And I cannot emphasize that enough at this time, because it is these imposed political divisions which I am seeing so deeply fracturing us at this time. It is our practices of committing to one another and saying, we may not agree, we may not think the same, but it is our ceremonies that we choose to do together, that we continue to engage upon as we have done for thousands of years. That will be what embodies our sovereignty. That will be what embodies our autonomy and our nationhood. That relationship that we make, if we commit to one another, if we commit to each other at a gathering such as this, and I'm so inspired by our Grand Chief who has the vision to do this work for us and to organize these kinds of sessions for us and to have the vision and the desire to be something more than what we have inherited, which is that Indian Act that keeps us, I heard all people talking about it yesterday, that keeps us constantly in this fiduciary, controlling, wardship-like relationship that does every aspect to disable thoughts of who we are, disables our identity, disables us even thinking about something beyond that relationship. But that we have a forum today in which we can say we are more. We are a committed family to one another as Anishinaabe, as Nehewak, as Dakota, as all of the indigenous peoples of both Treaty 1 and all of the other peoples which come into this territory, so that when we say phrases like we are treaty people, what we are really saying is we are family. And we are family not just with one another, but as Leah pointed out, we are family with also our animal relatives, the water and the earth, because it is only through our relationships with them that we will be able to assert any sort of autonomy, any sort of relationship, and any sort of identity of who we are. So as I go on to sort of express a little bit about the little bit of knowledge that I think about our relationship to nationhood, I hope it is that we keep those values and that within our practices that we look to those things as guideposts, that we look within our clan systems. I hear people talking about our clan systems. And our clan systems are the vestiges of which we can understand how we relate with all things. Or the two words that I think are some of the most important for Anishinaabe, the terms Enawendowin is we are connected to all things, and Wawayak is that all things have a place, all things are within a system. And that can be discomforting because some things we perhaps don't want in our system or we don't feel comfortable with in our system. But they are still a part of us, and that's what makes us a spontaneous Anishinaabe nation today. So with that, I say miigwech, and I pass it off to my relative. I don't know if you want to introduce Kobe, or I'm introducing him. So miigwech, thank you.
Miigwech for those wise words, Nigan and Leah. Appreciate setting the tone for this afternoon. We're going to call up our next speaker to come and address the crowd. Introducing Kobe Tutusis when he's ready.
Check. I decided to grab my own mic. Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? Doing okay? Yeah. It's a beautiful day today. I'm going to move your podium. Is that okay? Am I allowed to move the podium? I can't. Astam. Never mind, I don't need you. Yeah. Moving forward with nationhood, I have no idea. However, I do have faith that our people know, that our people are aware. And our people are really smart, our people are genius. There's an innate genius, there's a genius that's instilled, that's inborn in every one of us. And our people are brilliant in that way. We have strong spirits. So there's nothing wrong with our people. Though systems have a tendency to really point the finger at our people. And in working in the Indian Act system, working amongst it, has been very physically painful to my existence. It's been really painful. There are times when I go home from the band office and I have to cry. I just sit there and I cry and I pray, because where is the solution? There's like this blanket of hopelessness in our homelands. And it's not our people that are hopeless. It's the system that's imposed on us that's hopeless. So our people are smart, our people are brilliant. It's the system that's wrong. I have this idea, and it has nothing to do, well, it kind of does, but I'm going to ask you to participate in something with me this afternoon. I'm going to ask you to stand up. I'm going to ask you to stand up. Let's all stand up together. Please. I'm saying please. And I'm going to ask you to turn to the person to your left and to shake the hand of your person to your left and tell them that you're grateful that they are here today, that they're alive. Turn to the person to your right. Tell them that you're grateful for them to be here, grateful for them to be alive. All right? Now here's what you're going to do. We're all going to face this direction. We're all going to face this direction. Now, if you're standing by yourself, I'm going to ask you to move forward, because you're going to put your arms ever so respectfully and honorably to the honor. We're going to honor our people. We're going to honor each other here respectfully and honorably. Put your hands on the shoulders on the person in front of you. Sound man. And you're going to give that person a nice, wonderful massage. Massaging the shoulders. Massaging the shoulders. Up and down the arms. Sending them peace and happiness. Sending gratitude that they're alive. That they're a father, that they're a mother, a future grandparent or a grandparent. rubbing up and down the spine. And start scratching their back. Start scratching their back. If they're wearing a thick jacket, scratch harder. Start doing some karate chops. Some padding, some nice vigorous padding to wake them up, to wake up the body. Wake up the spirit inside them. Right on. And then rumble them down. Switching to the other direction, the other side. Other direction, we're all facing this way. Massaging the shoulders. Sending peace and happiness to your relative. Gratitude that they are here to support you, that you're here to support them. That it's okay, that everything that we went through, we're alive. Massaging up and down the arms. Up and down the spine. Some scratches. Some karate chops. Start patting your back, waking up their body. All right, now rubbing them down. And if you haven't met your neighbor yet, now's a good time to meet your neighbor. You can introduce yourself. One of the things that my late father, my late dad, my Nutawi, one of the things that he shared with me was the prayers of our old people must have been very strong. It must have been very strong for us to be where we are today. They must have sacrificed their best, given up their best, sacrificed so much for us to be where we are today. And he instilled in me that it comes down to asking myself, how am I going to honor those prayers? My friend Tasha Spillett, she posted this really cool status the other day on Facebook. And she said, all you got to do at the end of the day is ask yourself, have I been a good ancestor today? And I thought that was so cool. And it reminded me of my dad. And my dad, he passed away in May. And it was a beautiful experience to be part of that transition of life. And I feel privileged and honored to have witnessed that. And my dad, one of the things that he really committed himself to was to serve people and to be there for people. He was a therapist, he was a life skills coach, he was a grief and recovery specialist. He was a person who went the extra mile to help our communities to come to a place of healing and increased well-being. And I grew up around that. My mom as well is also a therapist. They shared the work together. They were in the front lines. They were addressing the traumas that our people have been experiencing and going through, since residential school. They were in the front lines of that work, and I'm really grateful that I got to be part of that and to learn about it from that place. And one of the things that I feel is so important is the health and well-being of our people. If we're not healthy, then there's no point in striving for nationhood. If there's no healthy, conscious communication amongst each other in our communities and amongst our families, amongst your siblings, amongst the family members in your family that just piss you off, that annoy you, that get under your skin, then there's no nationhood. So to me, from my experience, and I can only speak from my own experience, and working in the front lines of community and suicide prevention, in the area of crisis response, in the area of running programs with young people so that they're able and have the tools to clear out the emotional blocks that are preventing them from being their true, authentic self, to clear out the limiting beliefs and how they see themselves and how they see each other. From the experience of working in that area, I found that, actually I forgot what I found. I forgot what I was going to say. But it was really cool. But the point is, it comes down to the health and well-being of each other. And there's that talk of reconciliation amongst our people. And for me, where it really comes down to is the act of forgiveness. And one of the things that I really love to promote is the act of forgiveness, not necessarily towards us and the colonizer, between us and the invaders or the settlers, whatever you want to call, our confused relatives. But it really comes down to the forgiveness amongst each other. And a lot of the unhealthy dynamics that we see in our communities, that actually majority of it stems from the genocide that we experienced, including the Indian Act, including the residential school. A lot of that dynamics is being maintained by the lack of expression of love and the lack of forgiveness. The quality of our life at the individual level is going to be a reflection of the quality of our communication. And oftentimes, to me, communication means how I express my authentic self. How do I express the love that exists inside me? Because oftentimes, we withhold what's true inside us. We'll hold it back. We'll withdraw. We will play small. When we have something to say, like today, I'm sure there are somebody in here, some individuals in here who have some insight they would like to share, but they don't share it. And you have an opportunity to share that today. So after the panel is done, and today is the end of the day, and I encourage you, if there's something inside you that you feel that people need to know, I encourage you to share it, to step up. Because playing small isn't an option anymore for our people. Because we've been oppressed for so long that we've gotten used to it, we've become accustomed to it, it's become normalized where we accept this identity of being oppressed, that is no longer an option. So I encourage you to share and to ask yourself, who are you today? How can you today be that good ancestor? So that our prayers today can be just as strong as the prayers of our ancestors, so that what we are doing today and the movement that we are creating today can still kiss the foreheads of our grandchildren 7 times 7, as another speaker mentioned today. How can we do that today? And oftentimes it's going to come back to the action, because we have a lot of events like this, there's a lot of verbal communication, there's a lot of venting, there's a lot of anger that comes out, a lot of passion that comes out from these events, and that's awesome, that's badass. And it comes back to, okay, well, what action are we going to do about it? And for me, it comes back to really beginning to not only understand systems, but it's also going to come back to how can I, from a place of love, create a ruckus in my current environment. And every time I ask that question and I pray about it, I get so scared because the idea comes. And I was sitting there, I was like, man, how can I create a ruckus today? I know, make them massage each other. And I was like, they're not going to massage each other. That's going to be weird. People have boundaries. You got to respect the boundaries. And then I thought, you know what? But we're a loving people. We're a compassionate people. And we have to come back to that. We have to break the rules and create that ruckus within ourselves and allow that to be expressed in the environment around us. And that's going to be very uncomfortable. You'll probably offend a lot of people. It's going to bring others outside their comfort zones. It's going to create a vulnerability within you and amongst the collective. And to me, that's the seed that's so important for our children to witness. Our children needed to see that, man, they massaged each other today. They need to see that. They need to see how you express love. They need to see how you have forgiven the relative that you complain about at the dinner table or at the casino, at bingo, whatever you do in your spare time. They need to hear you and see that. That's important, because we're at that place where we're becoming aware of who we are, and we're becoming aware of the situation that we are in as a collective. And the more we become aware of that, the more we realize that a lot of our people, a lot of us are also learning, and we're relearning, we're unlearning, and that we're also confused in who we are. And that's part of the process. So I would encourage you, when you have the opportunity to speak or to do something, not to be afraid to offend anyone, and to receive the alternative that's being presented with open arms. Because our children and our young people are going to be bringing the alternative. I don't have the solutions, but I do know that systems determine the results that we experience. That an individual can't change a system. A system-based approach can only change systems. And so there are alternative systems out there that are being talked about, that are being shared. However, when me as an individual begins to personally benefit from a system that is no longer working, or that I know is intrusive or abusive, if I'm benefiting from that, or if it's meeting my basic needs, I'm going to start to rationalize, justify, and defend that system that a lot of people are against. That's one of the reasons why we may not see a lot of Indian Act chiefs or counselors here. That's why they avoid some of these events. Why they devalue some of these events. Because they're benefiting it in some way. And so the presentation of an alternative system that also meets those same needs greater or better. How can the people who are benefiting from this current system have their same basic needs met better, equal or better in that alternative system? And we hear a lot of the solutions being present. We hear it all the time. But then when we go home, like when I go home, and I go back to the band office, and these solutions are presented, the only thing that's preventing it from really taking place is the resentment amongst families, between families in our home communities. It's the anger, it's the rage, it's the unresolved grief, and all that emotional energy that gets bundled up and it gets projected into those that we love and care about. And I'm guilty of it. I've done that. I've been so mad. I've had it out with my chief, and he knows. Whenever I talk about my chief, people say, hey, you shouldn't be talking about him. And it's like, well, I tell him that. I tell him what I'm telling you. I've told him before, and he knows that I talk about him. We have a relationship and an understanding. Yeah, we get on each other's nerves. Yeah, I'm a thorn in his existence. Yeah, I don't agree about what's going on, what they're doing. But we have the understanding, because I love that guy. He's my greatest teacher. The enemy isn't him. It's the system. And one of the things that I would really love, a whole topic to be discussed amongst our people, is a complete breakdown and deconstruction of what capitalism is. A complete deconstruction of what that is. Because oftentimes we're looking for solutions for capitalism in capitalism. And it doesn't make any sense. It just creates a spinning of the wheels. And oftentimes we go into systems thinking that we're making a difference, and we see some progress, we see some movement. However, there's no progress. We just see the movement. The example of that would be a hamster wheel. How many of you have seen a hamster wheel, little hamster running on a hamster wheel? Yeah. You see this hamster is running on a wheel, it's just going, and in the mind of the hamster, because it doesn't know any better, it's thinking it's making some progress, making some effort. When really it's just on one spot. So oftentimes we confuse progress with motion. There's two different things. So what does it feel like to be in a different system? Let's do something together. Here's what we're going to do. Some of you have your arms crossed. I'm going to ask you for everyone to just cross your arms. Cross your arms. How you normally do. Right on. Good job. You look beautiful with your arms crossed, by the way. Now I'm going to ask you, with your arms crossed, how you normally do, reverse it. Cross them the opposite. How many of you are even able to do it? How many of you notice how weird it is in your brain to actually how many of you recognize the difference and how difficult it can be? Right? A few people? Yeah. That's what it's like to change a system. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be resistance to it. You'll probably even fall back to how you normally cross your arms. The cool thing about systems is systems are everywhere. We're surrounded by them. They determine our quality of life. An example, if you want to learn how to change systems, brush your teeth with the opposite hand every day for a whole week. See if you can do it. See what happens. Experience what happens. That's what it's like when you change systems, when you present the alternative. Another example is when you're in the shower. When you're in the shower, that's a system. When you're washing yourself, you have a system in how you wash yourself in the shower is the reality. The first thing you wash and the last thing you wash. Whatever that is none of my business. But I guarantee you have a system when you're standing in the shower. So systems are everywhere. The invitation, what I would love to encourage you to do is begin to recognize where systems are and how are they governed in your life individually and how you can influence them in your life individually. At that level, at that little simple level. Now I'm going to ask you to turn to the person. I'm going to ask you to find a partner in the room, okay? This is only going to take 2 minutes, I promise. Find a partner in your room. Okay, and you're going to sit face to face with your partner in the room. Let's do that. Please. There can only be 2 people. There can only be 2 people. All right. Now, look at your partner face to face, honorably and respectfully. There's going to be a partner A and a partner B. Partner A, you're going to raise your hand. Partner B, you're going to put your hand down. So partner A, raise your hand. Everyone's got A. Okay, A, right on. So B, you're going to go first. Haha. So B, you're going to repeat after me. You're just going to look at your partner, and you're going to say to your partner, it's an honor to be sitting across from you. It's a privilege to be sharing this time with you. We are at an exciting time as Indigenous people. I love what I see. If you could see what I see, you'd be smiling too. You have an amazing smile. The world needs your smile. I love what I see. You have a life purpose. Our ancestors prayed hard for you to be here. You're not the mistakes that you've made in the past. You're not the labels and judgments that others have given you. Glad we get to grow together. You have a life purpose. All you have to do is be yourself. I love what I see. All right. Give your partner a high five or handshake or hug if you love them. All right. Now partner A, we're not done. Partner A, you're going to repeat after me. Partner B, you're going to lace it. Partner A, you're going to say, Anin or Danse. It's an honor to be sitting across from you. It's a privilege to be sharing this time with you. It's an exciting time for our people. There's greatness that exists inside you. You have gifts inside you that to bring to our people. Our ancestors prayed really hard for you to be here. I'm glad you're here. I love what I see. You have a life purpose. All you have to do is be yourself. You're not the mistakes you've made in the past. You're not the labels and judgments that others have given you. I love what I see. You can make a difference. All you have to do is be yourself. I love what I see. I accept who you are. All right, and I give your partner a high five, handshake, or a hug. All right. Give yourselves a round of applause, man. You did awesome. You did so awesome. Now I got two questions. How many of you noticed that it was either difficult or easier to say the things than it is to hear it? How many? Few people? It's going to be different for everyone, okay? Now, even though you didn't say it in your own words, it's still the truth. You're still sharing the truth. Even though you might not have said it how you want to say it, it's still the truth. And from what I find, the truth can be very uncomfortable. And the more that our people collectively dive into the truth, surrender to it, let it have its way with us, the more stronger our people are going to become as a collective. Now then, I'm going to invite you and encourage you to continue to share your truth and continue to learn and to unlearn and to relearn the truth of who we are as Indigenous people. Because a dialogue and a conversation that's going to happen, and it is happening, and there's going to be more of it that's going to happen, that's what it's going to do. It's going to reveal what the truth is and what we need to do collectively. And all honestly, I feel that it's going to be the pace of a generation. It's going to be that generational pace. And it's going to come down to how am I going to consciously raise my child so that they're able to grow up knowing who they are, where they come from, and what they're going to do about it. And to me, this is my passion. Working with people is my passion. And the idea of notionhood is more than an idea. It's a direct experience that exists in the very heart of who we are. As long as the sun shines, grass grows, rivers flow, those laws exist inside me. And all I have to do is be a reflection of that to the people that I love and care about, which is everyone, so that my child and children can do the same, and that can grow and expand like the zombie virus, only full of happiness and hugs. And then it also comes down to understanding that from this love also doesn't mean that I'm going to allow somebody to take advantage of my children or the women in my life. That doesn't mean that I'm going to allow someone to come into my house and disrespect my house. So acting from that place of love, embodying that love, is a place to me, is conscious resistance. To me, that's what's going to drive the revolution of our people. Where we're going to start to see our children begin to rebel against what we're comfortable with. And it may offend us. I hope my child offends me. I should take that back, though, because I don't know what that's going to look like. But I hope my child stands up and breaks those barriers of comfort amongst our people and amongst ourselves, amongst our families. Healthy families is what it's going to come down to. Bringing our families together again, whatever that looks like for you. That's all I have to say this afternoon. So may all your dreams and prayers come true before the revolution.
Wow, that's pretty awesome stuff. I can feel the energy really moving around. Miigwech, Kobe. So just a little bit of a recap of some of the stuff that we heard from the panelists today. They talked a lot about the colonial divisions that exist, that they don't belong to us, they're not ours. We need to keep in mind our sacred alliances with all beings, animals and plants. I heard a lot about making space for the women. That's been a recurring theme over the last 2 days, actually. So with that, I would like to deviate from our agenda a bit. I'd ask the panelists to just stay where you are. We're not quite finished with you guys yet. I would like to acknowledge a leader who's been with us all day today. She's pivotal in providing a lot of guidance in the work that I'm engaged in. She chairs many important tables and committees. She's a strong voice for her people. I was also advised that she'll be a recognized speaker at the big ministerial roundtables that are taking place next week. So with that, I'd like to proudly introduce and call up one of my biggest mentors, Chief Kathy Merrick from Pimichikamak.
Good afternoon. Kagina kita tamiskat na anuts kaise minagisikak minisa na naskumuan etagutay koise anu tagapits piago. I bring greetings to you from Pimichikamak. I was sitting there and I was offered tobacco to speak. And I apologize to the women in this forum that I speak without wearing a skirt. Our elders have told me as a leader, when you speak, you wear a skirt or they're going to mistake you for a man. So I hope the grandmothers are around me to be able to guide me in how I speak to the women, to the elders, to the residential school survivors. And I want to acknowledge my house parent when I was going to school in Dauphin at the residential school. And he took care of me, his family took care of me. And throughout this time, I'm able to still stay connected to him. And it's Dave Rundle. And he inspired me and instilled a lot of good things in me to be the person that I am here today. I speak to you as a leader, not as a politician. There's a fine line between a politician and a leader. As a leader in my community, we have 8,400 people, and we're one of the largest nations in the north. We've done a lot of work to be recognized as a sovereign nation. We have our traditional governance that is in place where everybody has a democratic voice in how they speak. I have a women's council that has the same voice as me at that table as a chief. They have done a lot of good work in protecting our laws. That's their responsibility, is to protect our laws that were developed within time. We are the caretakers of the water, and we are the caretakers of the land. We have to be responsible that we leave a legacy for our young people, and that's the land and the water. We all know without water, we will not be able to survive. I'm a grandmother, so I take it to heart when I speak about water. And I acknowledge all the women in the audience that we all have that responsibility, that we carry that water when we carry our children in our womb for 9 months. And when they start to grow, we have to instill in them the importance of water. I always reflect back on our ancestors when the mighty ships got lost and they came to our land, and they opened their arms and welcomed the people that got lost. They listened and they trusted with their hearts that these people would be able to help them, would be able to live in harmony with them. And we all know that is not so. And I wonder for our young people today if they're going to be as kind as our ancestors. Because it's our young people that are going to be protecting our lands and our waters. Our young people are the ones that are going to be surviving, protecting the lands and the water. We all know that there's a population burst in our communities. We cannot rely on the federal government to help us in what we do. We all come from nations where there's abundance of water and resources. But yet, we're the poorest of people. We have allowed that to happen to us. That has to change in how the government deals with our people. But we all have a responsibility to teach and to talk to our young people who they are. Who are they? Are they Indians? Are they Indigenous people? Are they First Nation people? Aboriginals? We have heard a lot here today in Innu is who we are. That was given to us to be able to walk with on this land, this great land of ours. So we all have that responsibility to talk to our young people, to show them that kindness and that love, to show them that they are loved. I have lost 3 young people in my community from December to suicide. A 19-year-old, a 15-year-old girl, and just yesterday, a 17-year-old boy. It's sad in our community. that we have to bury our young children, our youth. Their responsibility is that they take care of us when we grow old. And that's what I hope for all the young people, that they respect life. There is always hope. There is always hope. That they are able to speak, that they are able to show their emotions. Just to give that hug, just to pat them on the back and show them that you love them. We will be a healthy people someday. That we be healthy and that we teach our young people that they can be healthy. There has so much that has happened to our people. We all know what has happened. The 16, and we need to bring those values, family values, back to ourselves and to our nations. And that we need to bring the ceremonies back to our communities. And to be able to cry when we have our young ones born in our communities. To cry for them because we know that they will have a hard life. That's a ceremony within itself. So we need to be able to speak and to carry on and to take that love. Love is free. Hugs are free. And I always say that. So I thank you, women that are here today, that you take that responsibility and that we do the work that we need to do. It's a lot of work. But Creator never said it would be easy. So thank you for standing up, the women. Now I would like to ask the men to stand up, please. I thank you for being here today, to be able to listen to the messages that are brought forth. I thank you for protecting us as women. I thank you for taking that responsibility to support us and to provide for us as a family.